We have today with the eminent professor A. Satish Babu sir from Department of Biotechnology, NIT Warangal. I warmly welcome sir onto the dais. I also welcome from Department of Geology, Karthia University onto the dais. Sir is chairing this technical session. Now I request Dr. Dinesh sir to introduce the speaker of this session.
Very good morning. Good morning, sir. Raju Satish Babu, Professor of Biotechnology at NIT Warangal, and 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼, Professor of Zoology, 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 University. We welcome and thank you, both of you, for being with us for this third day international conference. It's my pleasure to say a few words about the milestones that he has achieved in his career. He is a product of REC Warangal from Department of Chemical Engineering. Later he went on to JNTU Hyderabad to do his MTech and PhD in biotechnology. His interests are mainly modeling and optimization of bioprocesses, environmental biotechnology and bioinformatics. He worked as a teacher, as assistant professor in two engineering colleges, Bhojrat Engineering College and DVR Engineering College in Hyderabad. Later he joined NIT in 2012 and since then he has been working at NIT and he has come up the ladder of academic excellence as a professor of biotechnology at NIT Warangal, and he has nearly 31 papers displayed. Mainly, all these papers reflect his interest in conservation of nature, mainly cleaning the environment. He tried to use all different techniques to save the environment. All these researchers have been granted by CSR and DVD. Thank you, sir, and I welcome you to this session, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your nice introduction. So, good morning to everyone. Good morning, respected Mr. Sir, other faculty members, good morning, and students, good morning to everyone. I'm here to inform you that what studies we have done, how we have shifted our research from bioprocess to. We have started our journey with 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 production, which is an anti-cancer drug, particularly for blood cancer. And we have isolated last in the status status. We have done the production. Taking blood sample if you do the mass spectra, you will get the mass versus intensity values. Mass spectrography. So we have taken nearly 148 cancer patients' data, and nearly 200 plus normal persons' data we have taken, and we have analyzed. We have done. We have applied the artificial neural network for the predictions. So we have got very good the accuracy of the prediction. Nearly 99% of accuracy of the prediction we got. So that is the first step. So we have moved later on. So we also worked on particular skin cancer predictions. Now my student is working on Parkinson's disease prediction. So she is going to present at Parkinson's disease prediction. We have various symptoms for that. She is going to present how we can work on predictions from different kinds of data. So the data is that. So when it comes to my presentation, so my topic is application of artificial intelligence in personalized health records. Till now, we are relying on EHR data, electronic health records data, which is maintained by the clinicals. We are maintaining the hard copies. So before you go to the doctor, so we have prescriptions, previous prescriptions, and we don't have any data which is related to previous disease data and other related data. So what is the application of artificial intelligence to maintain particularly personalized health records? So first of all, you should understand what is personalized health records. So these are the contents. First, we should understand what is personalized health record. Then what is in need of AI. What should you go for artificial intelligence? Then what kind of AI techniques can be used to maintain personalized health records? Then how these health records are helpful, particularly for the old age people, for children, for diseased people. How these health records are helpful, and what are the other applications and challenges? What are the challenges and future directions? And finally, conclusions. If you see that definition, it is the electronic application. That is the electronic application, personalized record. So electronically, we save the data, which is a patient's, and patients can maintain. So we can maintain that data, we can store that data, we can manage whenever you want, we can retrieve the data. And the health information private and secure. We can secure that data. So we can no need to disclose. Whenever it is required, we can show it to the doctor, we can show it to some other person, whenever you want it to show it. So we can secure that data and make confidential environment. We have to create some environment where we can store the information and we can retrieve the information and that particular information. And there are some important key points. It is completely the patient enter data. We have to give a data. So nobody enters that data. We have to enter our data. So what is the symptoms? What kind of symptoms, disease symptoms we have, that we need to enter. And the lifestyle habits. Okay. So morning to evening, your routine. So and the clinical data, particular lab records, whenever you go to the clinical lab, so lab reports will come, and what kind of medicines you are using, that data also will have to give. And history, previous history also we have to give. And some data, nowadays everybody is using watches. From watch we can get some data, what kind of data we can get. So how many steps today you walk. And now we can measure the blood pressure, we can measure the heart rate. So like we can get some data from the wearable devices, that data also we can store. And there is a small difference. between electronic health record and personal health. So these electronic health records maintained by hospitals, but PHR data maintained by the patients. Patients will maintain, and as well as hospitals also can maintain the same. Next. So what is the need? So why should you go for maintaining the health records? So first one is data overhead. We have a lot of data right from childhood to the old age. So many times we need to visit the hospital because of so many reasons. So a lot of data will be there. So we need to store that data. The best way to store the data is the electronic record. So that data humans cannot, so we cannot manually store all the data. So tell me how many of you stored your data, previous data, health records data? It's almost nil. Generally we don't maintain the health records. So once your disease is cured, immediately we throw that paper, prescription or medicines, whatever it is, just we throw it. We don't maintain, but it is required to maintain. And so we need to analyze the data, and from variables also we need to collect the data. And so proactive and reactive, just two things. After getting the disease, we go to the doctor and we take the medicine. Before that, why don't you go for the predictions? Before you go disease, if you have a prediction, we can take some preventive measures. So the next one is a personalization. So everybody is different, you are different, everybody is different from each other. So you have health problems and different diseases. So different kinds of data will be there, so that need to be stored, and accuracy is also very important. Reduces human error in data entry. And next. So what kind of techniques can be used to store the data, to retrieve the data, to use the data, and particularly for predictions, what kind of artificial intelligence tools can be used? So first one is a natural language processing, NLP. It is a technique which is used to read, so doctor will write the prescription. Can you understand it? We cannot understand what exactly he has written. Only who can understand? Some people only can understand. Who can understand? The person who is giving the medicines in medical shop. Only he can understand, and he can. Sometimes those people also cannot understand what he has written. So natural language processor, it will read the data, writing data, and it will understand, and it will convert it into electronic data. So machine learning is another technique where we go for the predictions. In general, one example I tell you, all these techniques, generally they use human intelligence. So humans are having very good intelligence. Intelligence is ability to perform, to work effectively without doing any error. So we are using the same techniques. How our neurons are working. We are trying to mimic those neurons to solve some complicated problems. So we should understand how our neurons are working, how our neural network is working. So if we understand that, then we can develop this kind of techniques. So one particular person can remember the events right from the child age to the old age. There were so many events which are continuously happening. Almost all events we can remember. How those particular data will be stored, how that particular data can be retrieved. Whenever you want, you can retrieve that particular data. So how it is happening? And we have capabilities. Suppose if you want to have some book from the library, we have to go to the library. Libraries contain so many books. And we have to get particular book, some microbiology book we want to get. So how to get? We have a lot of data, a lot of books are there, out of which we need to have only one data. So it takes some time. So but human brain, we have a lot of data. But whenever you want, we can retrieve that data. Immediately, with a fraction of seconds, we can retrieve the data. How it is happening? That is one thing. Another one is, earlier people used to predict what is going to happen. So whether you are going to have a brain or not. Now we are using the artificial intelligence techniques. Earlier, they used to predict weather prediction, particular weather predictions by using this human intelligence. And we are controlling so many devices. Like aeroplanes we are controlling, two-wheelers, four-wheelers we are controlling. How we are controlling? Because we are having the ability to control them. So how the particular event is happening, everybody will know that. How do you control the two-wheeler? What is that? What exactly happening in our brain? Because we have some sensors in our body. Okay, eye is a major sensor. Skin is another sensor. Like we have some sensors now. Your eye will record the things continuously. It will capture the images, it will record the video continuously, and it will store the information in your brain. So whenever something is happening, immediately your eye will read it, will send information to central level, and the central level system immediately will send a signal to the concerned part. It will send a signal to the leg or some concerned hand. So immediately we can control that particular two-wheeler or four-wheeler. So there is a process which is continuously going on, how our neurons are able to do that. And classification is another example. We can classify, suppose if I give different colors of bars, easily we can classify them based on some colors. Some basis is required for the classification. So how the classification can be done? There are some techniques, neural network techniques can be used. How a human neuron works, based upon that we have developed. Controlling can be, classification can be done. And we can retrieve the data, we can store the data. And nowadays, I think we don't know, in the supermarkets, they use the same human intelligence. Suppose you are interested, suppose you wanted to have some toothpaste. You may enter into the supermarket, but you don't buy only toothpaste. You also buy, along with the toothpaste, you also buy some other items. Because they use association rules in the particular place. Associated with the toothpaste, they keep all the items, brush and soap box, so many other things also they keep it. So they maintain it. So that we also pick up those items. So based upon association rules. So like human is having a lot of intelligence to store the information, to retrieve the information, to analyze the information. We can go for predictions, we can go for controlling the equipment, we can control any equipment, and we can control any device because the missions are made by the humans. So we can know how to control them. So aeroplanes can be controlled. And nowadays people are controlling the air conditioners and washing machines by human intelligence. So artificial neural networks they are using, fuzzy logic techniques they are using. So that is how we can control the equipment, we can manage the data, we can retrieve the data. So that is how this can be done. Another one is computer vision, analyze uploaded photos. That MRI disease, suppose MRI images, if you see that, based upon MRI images, only doctor can analyze. And they can only tell you the problem. But if you use this technique, we can analyze the data and we can go for predictions. Okay, that is the based upon computer. And we can predict analysis. Once you learn the process, because before you go for prediction, you have to give a training. So even car driving also, to learn it, we cannot drive it. Even two-wheeler also. So without learning, if they drive, immediately they fall. So that is why learning is required. We have to give a learning. So how the learning can be done? See, supervised learning and supervised learning will be there based upon two techniques. We can give a learning. So we have to teach that, the learning process. Once it is learned, then we can go for predictions. How this particular personalized health records are useful to the old age people. So now, old age people are facing, not now, the kids people are facing. The first problem is chronic disease management. So what it does, it gives the reminders for multiple medications. Suppose morning one tablet they have to use, some other tablet they need to use, and evening some other tablet. So what it does, we create a bot. The bot is an assistant. It will give instructions to the patient or old age person. You take this medicine. This is at like 10 o'clock they are supposed to take medicine. So 10 o'clock immediately it will send some voice message or it will send some alarm. So you take a medicine. So it's 10 o'clock, you take this medicine. It's at 2 o'clock, you take this medicine. So that kind of information can be generated. So particularly for chronic disease management. Detection. So because of old age, they may fall at any moment, at anywhere, particularly in bathrooms, they may fall down. So immediately it will detect because, so we give some wearable device. So if they wear the wearable device, it will detect the fall detection. So whenever they fall down, it will immediately that signal will go to relatives. So immediately they will make some preventive relatives. And another one is cognitive supports. There are some medical terminologies will be there, so they cannot. And we can easy to understand what exactly it is. Suppose if you tell the medicine name, it will give you the information. What is that medicine? What for it is? Is it for headache? Is it for fever? So that kind of information it will give. So now the monitoring can be done by. We have so many devices, but we can also use these particular sensors. So to monitor them, so that we can observe them whenever they need something, we can go and we can use it. So this is the main purpose of using artificial intelligence, particularly for old age. So next, particularly for women, it will track menstrual cycles. If any deviations are there, so they cannot tell to everybody. So they cannot tell their problems to others. So if any assistant, if any bot is there, they can tell that particular problem to that bot. Bot is an assistant. So it will listen and it will give you the directions, what to be done. And maternal health also very important. It will monitor the growth, fetal growth, and how many visits you are going to the hospital. So those things also will record. And it will also detect the pregnancy, because if you give the symptoms, immediately it will analyze and it will give you the direction what to be done. If suppose if I am not feeling well, if I give that those symptoms to that particular part, immediately it will give you the direction. So is it required to meet the doctor or what can to meet? So those directions also it will. Next. Kids, how the personalized healthcare management system can be used. So first, the important thing is immunization tracking. So generally, in the particular rural areas also, people will forget. So immunization, that is very, very important for the kids. This particular, if you give the data, it will track immunization with medical record, and it will give you the signals or the messages, so timely, so that they can do the immunization regularly without any mistake. So that is very important. Second one is the growth and development monitoring. It will analyze the height. What is the weight, height? Every month it takes the weight. Every month it takes the height. So based upon that particular record, it will give the directions. So what kind of problem you are facing. And the early detection of growth hormones deficiencies based upon the symptoms we can detect. And autism is the major problem we are facing. So if any problems they are facing, if you give the symptoms to this particular part, if you inform the symptoms to the part, So immediately it will identify the autism, early stage identification of autism, so that we can take the preventive measures. And allergies and chronic diseases, it will analyze and it will give the direction, it will inform to the parents, it will send a signal to the parents. If any allergy, if there many people will allergic to, particularly for flowers and dust. So it will give a signal whenever they face the problem. Immediately that will record that particular symptom and it will give the directions. And childhood asthma also it will detect and it takes the preventive measures. It gives the and schools, particularly sports data. So how much, suppose 3-meter run is there, so how much time he has taken, that particular record, how much time he has played particular sports, that particular data can be stored. And whenever the shifting from one college to another college, so that particular record also we can carry and we can show it to someone. And the transition state also will give you alert. So you are moving from childhood to the adult stage, and pediatrician to general practitioner, we have to move after 18. So it will give a direction. So whether you need to go for pediatrician or the general practitioner, so it will give a direction. And at the same time, if you give a doctor's data nearby, it will identify the doctor, suitable doctor, it will give a direction. Next. And diabetes, the timely, because why I am telling is we have a startup, that is 𝕍𝕼 startup. It is based on US. Me and my 2 other friends, we have started startup on personal health records. It is a 𝕍𝕼, eventmanagement.com. So we are working on it. So we are doing all these things. So we take the data, blood samples there. So if you go to the doctor may suggest you go to the medical shop and get this medicine. Whether that medicine can be used or not. So that particular information also we provide. And which place we wanted to go, what kind of doctor you wanted to go. So those particular information also we are going to provide to the patient. And it predicts the glucose spikes. So we are also developing some wearables. So the wearable, if you wear that, it will identify the spikes, blood spikes. So it is under development. So we are doing on this. And diet also, it will give you the directions of the diet. What diet? Because based upon the spike, it will give you the directions. And cardiovascular care also, based upon the ECG monitoring. ECG, I think those who are having the Apple Watch. So Apple Watch can monitor the ECG, but the only difficulty is we cannot send the particular information to any other device. That is the main problem. So we are also working on the ECG monitoring for other watches. So we have tie-up with other companies. So we are working on it, wearable disease. And another one is a treatment optimization, which helps the patients to track side effects. Suppose one medicine is there, if you use that medicine, what are the side effects? We will inform to the patient. It is up to the patient whether he has to take it or not. And allowing the doctors to adjust the doses precisely. And not only the patient, we also give the same software to the doctor. Whenever the patient comes to the doctor says there is an identification number for each patient. Okay, if you tell that particular identification to the doctor, so once the doctor enters the identification number, the complete profile will come in front of the doctor. So no need to carry all the records, previous records. So based upon that particular information, he may suggest the medicine. And mood patterns, particularly now people are having many psychological disorders. So based upon the activity of the people, which will detect mental health. This we are not touching, but this also it is under the pipeline. So you need to work on the mental health also. And what is the main benefit to the doctors? Okay, patient side we have a lot of benefits, but what is benefit to the doctors? So doctors provides the 360-degree view of the patient's life outside the clinic. So once patient enters into the clinic, doctors his regular activity, morning to evening, what he is doing, and he can track what time he has taken medicine or what day he has not taken medicine. That particular profile also you can see. And the clinical data also he can verify. Previous clinical data, present clinical data also he can verify. And if there is any improvement or not, that also he can track. So 360 view, he can see the patient data and he can come to comfort. And efficiency, it will give a summarization sheet at the end so that easily the doctor can understand his problem. And it reduces the burnout, routine data entry, because every day we are giving the data to the part so that the doctor can understand easily so that he can give the proper medicine. And decision support. Some cases, doctor has to take some decision, whether this medicine need to be given or not, whether we need to go for operation or not. So some he may not follow, but it gives the decision based upon his previous data, his previous health records. He gives the decision. Next. Next important thing is insurance companies. Insurance companies also needs data, some patients' data, because insurance company, what is happening is, I hide my health problems and I take health insurance. Suppose somebody is having cancer, he may hide that information, he may take the insurance policy. After 1 or 2 years, he may go to the hospital and he can claim the particular news. So another thing is, if you once crosses 50, if you wanted to take health insurance, one must go to blood sample data analysis, we have to do disease analysis, lot of tests they need to undergo. So based upon those tests only, the insurance company can give you a certificate. Okay. And once insurance company is having the complete health record, based upon the health record, they can take a decision whether insurance can be given or not. That is one thing. Another one is the person who is not having any diseases, complete healthy, then the EMI is same. The person who is suffering from the diseases, the EMI is same. So they can take a decision. If somebody is having no diseases, no claims, the EMI can be reduced. If some person is having some problem, every time the claims are happening, so increase the EMI. So based upon that particular data, they can take a decision. Insurance companies having a lot of benefits once they have the patient's data, complete data. So next. And clinical research, if you have some data, it is up to you to provide your data to some research, clinical research companies or not, because that particular data is yours, belongs to yours. So many people, they don't share the particular information. When again it will come, so one should not supposed to share the particular information. It is a personalized information. That is why we say that it is a personalized information. It is up to you to share that particular information or not, so that they can do some analysis and it is used for research. And particularly, that particular data is there, real-time tracking of whenever outbreaks are coming, like COVID, so we can go for tracking. Next. Then what are the challenges? We have advantages, many advantages of personalized health records, but we have some issues with that. So what are the challenges? Data privacy, as we already said, that is risk of data, sensitive information. If that information goes to the public, so one has to face the problem. So it is a data privacy issue. And it is up to you to share that particular information or not. It's completely that your data, and it is whatever the predictions, whatever the analysis we do, that is based upon some algorithms. That may be correct, that may not be correct, but we are always assume that that works. My algorithm always works well. We cannot take any final decision. Finally, again, some third party validation must be required. We cannot take any decision based upon it because it works on some algorithm. And future directions, particularly blockchain, particularly for security issues, to avoid security issues, we have to go for blockchain integration so that we can increase the security. And genomic integration is also required for the personal health records, so that we can take a decision giving the medicine, and precise therapy can be given to the patient. Next. So this is the same thing I have given in the next one. So this is the overall view. Data sources, where we can get the data, wearable device, mobile applications, and EHR, electronic health records from clinics and hospitals. This is also genetic information from the clinics and lifestyle. From these, we have data. We take all this data, we apply neural network machine learning techniques, and here data integration can be done. All this data integration can be done here. We can go for real-time monitoring, we can do the monitoring, and we can go for personal insights. And what are the benefits here? Preventive care. We can take preventive actions, better decision making, patient engagement, and chronic disease management, and interoperability. And the challenge that we have at the same time, we have challenges, future directions. The main thing is privacy and security issue, and ethics and bias is another issue, and data standards. What kind of data is we are getting? Suppose because of some error, EHR, electronic health records we get from clinics and hospitals. If they do some error, some wrong data they give, it goes to wrong predictions. It is completely based upon the data which you are getting from different places. Suppose wearable disease, there is no guarantee that wearable disease will give you the correct data. And mobile applications. Mobile application, we have a tracking record for how many steps we have every day. And what is the heart rate, what is the blood pressure, what is ECG data. So we cannot completely rely on that, but we have to improvise this particular data. So how to improvise, we have to think, there we have to work. And once this data is correct, once we get the correct data, then we can go for integration and we can go for predictions. Next one. Next one. So finally, I can conclude that AI-powered personalized health transform the patients from passive recipient to an active manager. So we can see our records whenever you want. We can whenever you meet the doctor. We can take a decision. We can get solutions from the AI part whenever you want. So the decision also, we can get what kind of decision it will give. So that decision, that support also we can get it. And the main problem is privacy issue. That is only the main problem in this. So except that, so we have so many advantages of maintaining personal attributes. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. If you have any doubts,
thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful lecture and wonderful information. So today actually what takes place in between countries or in between states or human beings. But actually today the war takes place, globally the war is takes place, that is in between human brain and computer. Human brain and computer. So sir explained well how the artificial intelligence will help to collect, to retrieve and to analyze, right? So the data from the personal health reports, so PHR. So how it is benefits for old age people and how it is benefits for kids and how it is benefits for all the different insurance companies and other. So this is a wonderful. So thank you for this wonderful lecture. And this talk is open for discussion. If any clarifications from the students, so please. Any questions regarding benefits of artificial intelligence in this era? So this is the era is completely artificial intelligence. Yeah, please.
Yes, sir.
Mike.
In your lecture, you are AI while using different benefits and there are different challenges. Sir, my question is that in future with using AI without a doctor we can cure the diseases?
We can get only solution, okay? But final decision will be taken by the doctor. So we cannot rely on artificial intelligence. Always we cannot provide the correct information. The health records, if the health record is not correct, okay, we may get wrong solution. So that is why it's always better to visit the doctor before you take the final decision. But we can get some information, we can get some insights. Okay. But final decision should be the doctor, because we are studying 4 years and they have been practicing for many years and they have come across so many people. So it's always the experience gives always good advice. So better to consult the doctor before you take any final decision. Suppose doctor has given some suggestion, so you have to go for operation. Then you can ask this particular part whether is it required to go for operation or not. Can it be cured by the medicines or not? That kind of insights you can give. Okay. And small problems. Suppose if you are facing some heart infection, throat infection. So we can get some suggestion what kind of medicine can be taken. Some cold. So what are the other symptoms along with the association? Based upon the association rules, it will ask. So what are the other symptoms you have? Whether you have a throat pain or not, throat infection or not, whether sneezing or not, headache is there or not, whether fever is there or not. So those symptoms it will ask. Based upon that, it will analyze. It will tell you whether you need to consult a doctor or not. So if it is required, it will suggest nearby there is a doctor. You go and meet.
Yeah, and I advise it to students one. Before going to doctor, you can use AI. For example, if you have any symptoms on your skin, just to get the photo of it and just upload into AI tool. You can take 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 or any other tools, and that will tell what is the type of infection. Just suggest that thing. You take the only information from it. But that AI also tells that in last, I am not a doctor, just consult a doctor. That will also tell that. Right? So for information only, you can just get the use of the artificial intelligence. Right?
Not for treatment.
Yes, not for treatment. It will sell treatment also. But finally it will tell one quotation, that is suggestion, just consult a doctor. Right? So that is the main important thing. What are the medicines you are using for that symptoms? That will tell.
Yes.
But finally, the ultimate decision from the doctor. So there is only suggestion.
If you have a ECG data, ECG graph is there, you take a photo and give it to LLM. We are using, some people maybe using DeepSeek, Google Gemini is there, ChatGPT is there. You upload that particular image into that. You ask analyze the report, analyze the above image. It will give complete analysis and it will tell you, I am not a doctor. doctor, I have done only analysis. If any problem is there, immediately it will give a suggestion. Go on meet a doctor, you have a problem. And not only that, you give any health related data, it will analyze and it will give the information. It will suggest what to be done. What is the problem? Suppose I have done some blood report. I have blood report. If I upload a particular blood report to that, immediately it will give the information. What problem we have. Okay. You can try it.
Sir, few surgeries are done by robotics also.
Yes. So robotics, that is different story. They give some mechanism. Some mechanism is there. They give a training for that. So without training, robots also cannot do. So before they go for operations, they give a training to the robot. So complete simulation kind of thing they do. So based upon that, the robot will do that. So it will accurately, precisely, it will do the operation without any mistake.
Prescribed software has to be
Yes.
Sir, and also pertaining surgery information all to be given to the robot. The robot will analyze and do the surgery.
And if you give some symptoms to the even ChatGPT or Google Gemini, you give a right symptoms, what are the symptoms you have, right? You write it all, and you upload it. Immediately it will give a suggestion. It is LLM, large learning model. But thing is, we are preparing some part. We can install in our mobile, so we can inform. A voice it will listen. We can also type it. So text message you can give it. Voice message can be given. If you can ask like assistant. Suppose if you have an assistant, you can tell to our assistant. So I am having these problems. What to do? Immediately it will tell the problem, the solution. So that kind of role that we are prepared part. We say that it's a part. So it is a assistant. Okay, artificial intelligence assistant. We are not developing it.
But is it good to use AI? Are we not losing memory?
Based upon that technique only we are developing that artificial intelligence. Based upon human intelligence only we are preparing. It exactly thinks how you think. How you think. Suppose if you want to do some job. So how I am thinking, the same kind of thinking also can be done because I am writing the program. Similar kind of program I am writing. So similarly it will do the particular work. Exactly, it will mimic. It's just mimicking the human brain. How you think, how you do the things, how you jump. So any program you can write, you can mimic. Based upon that, actually neural networks emerge. How our neurons are thinking, how our neurons are connected with each other, how the message is passed from one neuron to another neuron. So pass the information from one neuron to another neuron, what exactly is happening. So how to send information at faster rate? Because the information has to go at faster rate. So how that can be done? So particularly for image recognition, right from childhood, we have been practicing alphabets, A, B, B. So many times we have written on A. So whenever you write so many times on A, whenever we were in child, 3 years or 4 years age, so many times we have practiced. That is a learning. That particular pattern is registered in our brain. How it is remembered in our brain, there is an algorithm for that. So based upon that, you will remember the character. It is A, it is B, it is C. Like faces also, right from childhood we have been, come across so many faces. Even then, even after, if you see me, sir, somewhere I have seen. A particular pattern can be remembered, can be stored in our brain. How it is stored, how the retrieval is happening, there is the systematic procedure. So if time permits, that also I can present how the neurons are thinking, how neural network is working, so how it can be remembered, how it can be retrieved from the large data. So those things we are trying to mimicking the human brain. It is not new matter. It is completely we are trying to mimicking the human brain, and we are developing the algorithm.
Can wait, sir. Okay.
Okay, sir, that is for wonderful question. context to context. That is cooperation from the AI, operation from the context. That is my level summation of the three levels of the AI: artificial intelligence, virtual intelligence, and natural intelligence. Natural intelligence, all the world is natural. But regarding health, the forest, health, wealth, everything, all the cooperation is operation. That is my target. Okay, thank you for the wonderful your question. That is designed with the design. Thank you.
All living things are having some intelligence, including bacteria. Bacteria is also having some intelligence. So see, people are developing intelligence, how the bacteria thinks. So how human thinks. The thinking process is different, but thinks. So every living organism is having some intelligence. So we are trying to mimic.
Creation is by only human being. Not computer is created by human. So therefore, it is a competition between computer and human. Already the madam said that, right? So that is a very important thing. And one more thing is, if you want to give vaccine, if you add with adjuvant, then vaccine is activated, then more powerful. In future, if you work with your brain, the AI chip will integrate with our brain, and the brain will go to supercomputer like that. So that in future that technique is the research is going on to integrate the AI chip within our brain. So therefore, you can give any question, you can talk any question, you ask any question, and the brain will give any answer, any subject answer. Not only zoology, botany, I am not like that. So because the AI chip is integrated with your brain, so that will that is research is going on that, right? So that is a very wonderful talk, sir. So thank you very much.
Before using AI technique to record the data of the patient, a scientific recorder should be there. Because if not, if everybody uses the AI technique or ChatGPT, LLM, that may damage the mental health. If my eyes are red in color, if I enter the same information into the system or AI, that may give some more data. Stored data.
Yes.
Okay.
If stored data is wrong, definitely it will be wrong.
And actually, a scientific method has to be developed. For example, medical coding is there. A science student has to record this data actually. That medical coding is there. But why not the medical coding courses are not introduced by the NITs or IITs in India? For example, if any student wanted to do that course, they have to pay 30 to 40 or 50,000. They have to get the certificate from the America. Why not the NITs and IITs?
Actually, yes, sir. Recently, when IIT started giving the certificate course, they started. Maybe IIT Kharagpur, they started. Maybe in future some other NITs or IITs also may start.
Okay. So we workshops on these using these devices from the NIT. Okay, sir. Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Satish Babu sir, for accepting our invitation and giving a wonderful lecture on AI. Now, please join.
So we welcome all the staff members.
Good morning to Madhura here. My name is 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 and I am a student of the research and I am working on currently in in my second year and I am working on Parkinson's disease detection using machine learning models. So to introduce you with the disease, I think most of us know what is Parkinson's. So Parkinson's disease is basically a progressive neurodegenerative disease. That means it affects our brain and so in result a lot of symptoms are seen in old age and millions of yes, so Parkinson's disease is a progressive neurodegenerative disorder. So what it does is it affects the movement and the postural stability of an individual. So the disease is basically affected as it is seen as we move further into age. So as we become older, the symptoms are more prevalent. So many individuals globally are affected by the disorder, and this disease is basically, since the disorder comes and very late into life, so the detection and diagnosis is often done based on the symptoms itself. So that's why our machine learning intervention is very helpful here, since machine learning does is it takes the data and it stores all the subtle patterns that are there in the data, which affects and which are used to diagnose the disease, and hence the disease is diagnosed. So there are different modality of data that are used for Parkinson, like speech data, we have voice data, and we have postural data. Also we have MRI scan, DAT scans. So there are different data sets that we use in the to focus on to the objective that I am working. Initially I started with collecting and preparing the data sets. Since machine learning does not allow us to use raw data sets itself, so I have to process the data. So collecting the data was my first objective. Then design different individual models based on the different data sets is what I did for the second objective. For the third objective that I recently finished with was preparing a framework of fusion that helps integrate all the different data sets that are used in the detection of the disease. So a framework was developed using all the individual data that I developed, models that I developed. And finally, the last objective that I am currently working on is seeing how well my model is working and evaluating its performance for the future predictions and other things. So these are the 4 models that I have developed so far. So they are based on different modalities. Like I have 2 deep learning based models, based on MRI data and DAT scan data, and I have 2 other models that are based on voice based data and gait based data. So the above 2 models are based on a CNN network, that is a convoluted neural network, which is a deep learning technique. So based on that, I developed the 2 models based on the MRI data. That is, if we feed MRI scans into the model, it detects the disease based on the scans itself. I data and affected individual scans data. So it observes the patterns that are there in the affected individual and compare it with the normal individual's data. That's how it detects what is different with the people affected, and based on that only it efficiently predicts the disease. Similarly, similar thing happens with all the data sets. It's just the data are different. One we are using MRI, other we are using CAT scan, then voice and gait. So so far I generated 4 models, and these are the accuracies. In machine learning, accuracy plays a very important role. So these were the accuracies that I did. These are fairly good accuracies, but there are still improvements required. As we can see in that scan, the accuracy ranged from 80 to 87% only. This is a fair, good accuracy, but improvisations can be seen since there are people that have researched and they have got accuracies higher than that. So of course I had limitations since I was working in a lab scale and I did not have access to a lot of things. So that affected the accuracies of the model. So this accuracy is basically how well is my model predicting, how accurate it is based on the predictions. So that is what main thing happens. So my third objective, that was need for fusion. Why do we require to fuse? Is a disease that is affected by multiple functional systems. That is motor control, is the body control, gait rhythm, speed activation. So of course I need a model that has all of this contribute combined. So single modality models are good, but they show us only one aspect of it, not disease as a whole. So that's why different data are reflecting different signature of the disease, and sensitivity is improved, and since there are different multiple data that are incorporated, so generalizability is increased. That is, I can predict a lot of general pain symptoms and then give a final prediction. So there are different type of fusions that we see in machine learning: early fusion, intermediate, and late fusion. These are basically used according to our need. Like for early fusion, what happens is data are integrated in the initial stages and then they are fed into a model and then we are predicting. For intermediate, we extract some features and then we feed into a model and then prediction takes place. Whereas for the late fusion, we take data differently and we develop models individually, and then finally a prediction is made by aggregating the probability that we generated from all the 3 models. So the late fusion is basically important in my case since I had standalone modalities, that is standalone data, which were very different from each of them. Like I had voice data for one and then scan data for other, that happens to be my brain. So these are not related anyhow. So that individual standalone modalities we use late fusions. So what I did for my model, what I did for the fusion model was I trained separately the models, like individual models I generated based on different data. Finally, I created the probability since each of the model gave me a different probability of the disease. Like it gave me a percentage of disease prediction. So I aggregated that probability and then finally I came into a decision that this is what the model predicts. So there are different, further into the fusion technique, there are different fusion techniques that we see. One is equal averaging, then weighted averaging, voting. For each, like it gives each of the model equal weightage. So no model is biased towards, and for weighted averaging, we see all the different models, but we give the more average to the model which performs better. And similarly, for voting is all the different models vote for the prediction, and then the class that gets the highest votes wins. So that's how they predict. So for my case also I use these 3 fusion techniques in which for every case I took different probabilities of the model. For equal weight MRI, since this is the fusion for MRI and scale, so I took equal weight for MRI and then equal weight for DAT scale. That's how equal weight fusion was performed. Then weighted fusion, since my MRI model was performing better than DAT scale model, that was given to the person. It gave me a accuracy of 62%. Now for majority voting, again so these are the mediocre since there is unavailability of data sets that allow us have different modality data for the same subject, that is for the same individual. So because of that, this is just a framework. That is, if I get a data set that is actually practical and involving all the same subjects only, so my model will work more efficiently. Since this is a framework, that's why the accuracy range is so low. So this was the constants. We don't have publicly available data sets. That is a very big limitation for research students here. Since all the data, it concerns with the privacy issues and all, so hospitals generally do not release the data. So publicly available data are very limited. For same subject data, we require same subject data. That is, we require same individual to have different data. So it is also very rare to be seen, and if they are there, they are limited to the hospitals itself. It's not publicly available. So these were the constraints that I faced. That's why the data, what I made was a framework and not a true fusion. So to conclude, fusion is basically, it allows us to see the disease as a whole in all the different attributes of the disease and all the different modalities. And finally, it is basically better than single approach. Since single it only sees one aspect of the disease, and fusion allows us to see the disease as a whole. So that's why fusion is very important in the cases of diseases which have different modality data. Right? So in future, what I'm attempting to do is, there is a site called PPMI which has Parkinson oriented data sets, and it has same subject data for MRI and DET scan. So I am attempting to fuse the data, like this will be for true fusion, and then there are different special techniques, methods like stacking and beta classifiers. I am planning on using that to improve the accuracy which was low, and finally evaluation, and then incorporating the clinicians into it, like explaining my model more so that they can predict better. Thank you.
So very good oral presentation. So now the presentation is open for discussion. So any questions from students or participants? Mathemar paper keda? It's just related to Parkinson's. All are Parkinson's, huh? Yeah, okay. So there are no questions. Very good, huh? Okay. So the next oral presentation.
Next presenter, Sanobil.
Good morning everyone. My name is MD Sanobar. I am pursuing PhD under the guidance of Professor M. Istan sir. Today I am here to present a topic, machine learning. Today I am here to present a topic on machine learning driven identification of natural inhibitors targeting HIV-1 reverse transcriptase, a chemoinformatics and molecular based approach. Introduction. Approximately in 2025, around 40.8 million people are still suffering from HIV. Among 40.8 million people, 77% people are taking the treatments for HIV such as NNRTI, NRTI, these are the standard drugs. Although people are taking the drugs, but still due to the drug resistance, due to the toxicity and also due to the cost of, many people are still not able to cure for HIV. Natural sources such as plant-derived compounds are explored to find out the potent HIV reverse transcriptase. In this research, computation-based approaches such as molecular docking, molecular dynamic simulation are used to find out the bioactive molecule against HIV-1 reverse transcriptase. As in the HIV reverse transcriptase, this particular protein acts as the main component for getting the HIV disease. So plant-derived compounds are derived from various databases. After retrieving, we will go with the screening, such as in silico screening by the Lipinski-Admet properties. After doing this, we will go with the ML model. The main objective is to train the data through machine learning model by training the active compounds and inactive compounds. After training, we will find out the true positive compounds. After finding out the total true positive compounds, we will again go with the screening. We will go with Lipinski screening and Admet. In Lipinski, we will get to know how potent the drug is, and by Admet screening, we will get to know how the drug acts on the body and how the drug responds to our body by virtual screening. This is the flowchart of my work. Here we have used many AI tools such as machine pedal descriptors, Veka AI, molecular docking autodoc softwares and web servers such as Admet to screen the phytochemical compounds. First, all the compounds were retrieved from PubChem database. Among them, to train the machine learning, first we need to know what are the active compounds and what are the inactive compounds. We will train the machine learning by telling that these particular features, after knowing that 1085 true positive compounds were there, again they were done Lipinski screening and Admet properties. After satisfying that a total of 88 compounds have seen they have satisfied Lipinski and Admet. Among 9209, 88 compounds were good with Lipinski screening and Admet. So these total 88 compounds have been docked with the protein. So these are the molecular docking results. This is the total data of 88 compounds which have done molecular docking. If you see in the first compound, that is 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼, it has shown minus 11.8. Its binding energy is very low when compared to that of the nevirapine, which has minus 9.8. Nowadays, whatever the drug we are using, nevirapine, it has a binding energy minus 9.8. When to that of the natural source, which we have screened machine learning, that is 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼, it has shown lowest binding energy. Lowest binding energy matlab it has more potency towards the HIV. When compared to nevirapine, the drug which we found has shown more potency to HIV reverse transcriptase. So these are the visual representation of molecular docking results of 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 B, which was screened through machine learning and molecular docking. This is the standard drug. So I'd like to conclude that although we have many NRT and NRTI drugs, but still all those drugs are showing we humans are getting resistance to the drug and is of more of cost. As we have a nature, we have many phytochemical divers. With the help of phytochemicals, we can the medicine and we can find out the cure.
Any queries?
Any more discussions regarding this presentation? Questions, doubts? Yes? Please come.
Madam, in your title there is a sentence, what is machine learning? Where machine learning?
Yeah, machine learning is a kind of AI. We cannot filter all the now I have screened all 9,209 compounds with the help of ML. Now manually screening 9,209 compounds is not that easy. So with the help of ML, what ML is just like a baby, where we will train the compound. See, these are the active compounds. Active compounds has these features and inactive compounds has these features. We will train the tool. Later on, we will give our data. I have given here natural compound database I have given. With the help of ML, now within a second you will get the results. Manually it takes a lot of time. So with the help of ML, that is a kind of AI tool, with that we can screen within a second.
Is there anyone who is giving oral presentation? So with this, the oral presentation session will be ended, and the next there will be an invited talk. Break for 5 minutes. So in the 11th technical session of the day 3, we have another invited talk by Dr. 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 from the Department of Biotechnology, NIT Varangal. I warmly welcome him on to the dais. And I request Professor Venkaya sir to take the chair of this session.
Sir, please welcome. So we welcome sir. Sir, Dr. 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 sir is working now in the NIT Varangal. A small introduction regarding sir. Dr. 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 is a distinguished academician and researcher in the field of computational bioinformatics and cancer biology. He completed his bachelor's degree from University Arts and Science College, 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 University, to earn a master's degree in biochemistry at University. He further specialized in bioinformatics by pursuing a diploma in bioinformatics from Osmania University. MTech in bioinformatics from the University of Hyderabad, where he also earned his PhD in bioinformatics. Dr. 𝕍𝔼's academic career began as an assistant professor at Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Hyderabad. During his tenure, he not only taught MTech students his computer science and bioinformatics, but also played a pivotal role in establishing the Department of Bioinformatics, a testament to his leadership and vision. He also worked in football disease surveillance portal. These tools have been instrumental in the nutritional monitoring and disease surveillance across India, significantly improving public health outcomes. He also developed the molecular property diagnostics suite along with the various other computational platforms. In 2018, Dr. 𝕍𝔼 joined the National Institute of Technology, Varangal, NIT, where he currently serves as an assistant professor in the Department of Biotechnology. He teaches both undergraduate BTech students and also MTech students, and he is actively involved in monitoring research scholars. He has successfully guided 2 PhD students and he is presently supervising 3 more. To date, Dr. 𝕍𝔼 has published over 62 research articles in reputational international journals, hold 2 patents, and has secured multiple research grants from leading national funding agencies. So actually there is a lot of sophisticated and very interesting and important data is there. With this very little I welcome SARS to give a talk on this.
Good morning, one and all. Am I audible? So, good morning, one and all. So, if you are angry, last 3 benches. If you are angry, you can leave. So whoever not having a hungry, you don't want to eat food, so you can stay here. And if you want to learn something, the new insights, so you can learn from the lecture. So, chalo. So the government of India is recently started the AI summit in New Delhi. So the stalwarts across the globe, they are participated from the more than 42 countries for the Indian Global Summit of the Artificial Intelligence. So what is the need of the artificial intelligence? So earlier, your parents might have the phone called 1,000 rupees mobile phone, where it doesn't have any applications, only incoming call and outgoing call. So for the mobile phones which you are holding in your palm, more than 20 to 30 applications are there. These applications depends upon your interest. These applications depends upon your interest, depends upon your need. So, okay. So, whatever the applications you require, whatever the purpose we wanted to fulfill, that purpose, so today enormous applications are developed. And these applications playing a vital role in all the sectors of the educational fields. You may talk about the linguistics, you may talk about the social sciences, you may talk about the histories, you may talk about the anthropology, physiology, and you may talk about the science. Whatever the sector you take, all the sectors today using AI interventions. These AI interventions are the predictive interventions. So today, whatever the things which we are saying, it's a predictive assumptions. So these assumptions are used in a daily life, and whatever we wanted to extract the content, whatever the information we wanted to retrieve, in a minute of the seconds we are able to retrieve. Just open your mobile phone and search about something. In a fraction of the seconds you will be able to get the information. It is not that. So, that is the predictions. And if you wanted to search about your anatomy of your feet, you have to go to the book and you have to search the 100 pages and you have to read the 100 pages and you need to find this much information. But whenever you have AI intervention applications are there, in a fraction of a half minute, so you will get all the anatomy with pictorial representation, with a highlight, with a target points. Today when we conducted the exam, all my students used to write on the ChatGPT answers. So, whether what we are teaching here, not for a ChatGPT purpose. Keep in the mind, ChatGPT is a not whole and soul. There is no authenticity for the ChatGPT. So whether it is a true or false, we don't know. No person here to judge the content. It's randomly taken based on your keywords, right? So always the domain knowledge should be there. Then only you interpret whatever the results you will get from the various the AI platforms. Then you can use it. Okay. కొంచెం కమాండింగ్గా ఉంటుంది ఎందుకంటే మీ ముచ్చట్లు ఎంతసేపు విన్నా అందుకే కమాండింగ్ ఉంటుంది ఆ ప్రజెంటేషన్ ఓకే చలో So, the artificial intelligence impact on drug design and discovery process. Why we need to design a drug? Why we need to discover a drug? So, these are associated terms, the design and discovery. Before discovering, we need to design. Okay? So, then how we need to use the technology? So that I will talk about this. Before that, as I said, the artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence is not suddenly emerged. This is inspired from a biological phenomena. So what is the purpose of your nose? మీరు తెలుగులో చెప్పండి ఏంటో ఇది కూడా చేత కాదు చెప్పడానికి ఆన్సర్ సార్ నేనేమి సార్ని కాదు ఆన్సర్స్ చెప్పండి ఫస్ట్ స్మెల్ సో యు ఆర్ ఏబుల్ టు రికగ్నైజ్ వెదర్ the organizers offering the dal rice or biryani or chicken curry, mutton curry, right? So you are able to smell it. Then what is the purpose of this? Taste. So taste whether the biryani or whatever the curry they are offered, whether it is a spicy, whether it is a somewhere else, right? So then, so Lord Shiva or Lord Vishnu, they used to have a different avatars in different yugas, right? So that we are decoding in terms of a systems biology or synthetic biology, where we used to talk about the genetic engineering. Today genetic engineering we are talking, right? The genetic engineering or reproductive biology, or today what we are talking about the IVF, IUI. These are not new in India. In ancient days, the technology is developed. Today just we are adapted and re-engineering we are using the technologies. Right? So Gandhi says some things. What is the Gandhi quotes? One thing. What is the next thing? So right? So in the human body we have 5 sensory organs. So one is eyes, nose, ears, tongue and physical touch. These all are the sensory organs in the body. Whatever the biological sensory organs are there, whatever you observe, that observed communication will pass through the central nervous system to the brain. The brain decides what to be performed and instruction will be passed and that will be executed. Right? So This is about the biological phenomena, the same which were decoded in the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is not developed suddenly. We were inspired how the biological neuron, how the biological nervous system is working. Based on that scenario, we were developing artificial neuron, artificial neural networks. Right? So, the hearing, vision, smell and taste, whereas the human MSc neural network construction, then this is the artificial neural network possibility. So you might have seen the Gaganam movie, right? Nagarjuna and Brahmanandam will be there, Gaganam movie.
Flight hijacking.
Now flight hacking. Terrorists hacked the flight and they used to demand to release some of the terrorists who are there in the prisons. Then what we have to do? So whenever they demand, we have to release the terrorists who are there in the jails. So we are not intended to release the terrorists who are accused in the various issues. So government is not interested to release. Then famous intelligence officers or the police persons then approach a mimicry person. Approach a mimicry person. What is the duty of the mimicry artist? ఇంతసేపు ముచ్చట్లు పెట్టడానికి ఏమో నోరు వచ్చింది, ఇప్పుడు నోరు రావడం. మన చదువులోకి వచ్చేటప్పుడు రావు. చెప్పండి. నాకు అవసరం లేదనుకుంటే నా స్లైడ్లు ఉన్నాయి, టపా వెళ్ళిపోతాను. ఏదో సంథింగ్ నేర్చుకోవాలని చెప్తున్నా. ఓకే, చలో. So, the idea here is what I addressed the example. Whenever the mimicry artists are there, they use to mimic like my voice. Mimic like my voice. Then, so we wanted to give a communication to the terrorist who demands to release some person. They wanted to speak to the terrorist who is there in the jail. Then this mimicry artist will speak like him. So they are preparing to release me. So you also prepare them to release the passengers who are there in the flight. So like that, they also recruits another person who physically are structurally similar to the terrorist. In movies, there will be a group. జంపింగ్లో వేస్తారు కదా 5 floors బిల్డింగ్ నుండి, లేదంటే డ్యాన్స్ ఇటు అటు ఎగురుతారు కదా, అవన్నీ రియల్ హీరో చెయ్యరు, డూపులు చేస్తారు. ఇలానే డూపులు గురించి వీడు కూడా రిక్రూట్ చేసుకుంటారు. ఎవడైతే టెర్రరిస్ట్ ఉంటాడో ఆ టెర్రరిస్ట్ లాగానే ఇంకో డీపుని చేసేసి ఇక నేను తీసుకొచ్చిన నువ్వు మా ప్యాసింజర్స్ని రిలీజ్ చేసి నువ్వు నీకు వీడిని అటాచ్ చేస్తావు అంటే యు ఆర్ బ్లేమింగ్ యువర్ విజన్, యు ఆర్ బ్లేమింగ్ యువర్ voice decoding, right? So then whenever the passengers released, then they will be shooted this person who are the hijack the flight. So the biological phenomena is there. So then the technology you are used and you are decoding. So this process involves, this is called decoding pattern in the artificial intelligence. Tomorrow someone signs about my signature. Then day after tomorrow I says that I didn't sign anyway. Then who has to identify that? It's a natural language processing. We can decode it. Whether it is the original person is right or someone else is right. The forgery is decoded by this phenomena, right? So పెద్ద realtors, పెద్ద businessmen, ఆ పెద్ద ఫ్రాడ్స్లో ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయిన వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారు? నేనేం మాట్లాడలేదు, నేను వాడిని ఏం తిట్టలేదు, నేనేం వాడిని కొట్టలేదు, వాడిని తిడతాడు, వాడిని బెదిరిస్తాడు అని చేస్తాడు, నేను నన్ను అనలేదు అంటాడు. నువ్వు ఆడియో రికార్డ్ ముందు పెట్టినా నేను అనలేదు. సో వేర్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు సెండ్, దెన్ వీ నీడ్ టు సెండ్ టు ది వాయిస్ టు ది ఫోరెన్సిక్ ల్యాబొరేటరీస్, దెన్ వీ నీడ్ టు డీకోడ్. హౌ వీ కెన్ డీకోడ్? బేస్డ్ ఆన్ దిస్ అల్గోరిథమ్స్, బేస్డ్ ఆన్ దిస్ ప్యాటర్న్స్. క్లియర్? ఇంకా నేనేం చెప్పను ఇంకా, రైట్? So this is the scenario. how the brain works. I came here first time, I don't know how many steps are there, but without seeing here and going and coming, right? So that is, the brain is captured what are the items are there. So similarly, whenever you train the algorithm understands the phenomena. Then whenever you give the next time a number of the data sets, then it will try to predict the same predictions. So then the biological neuron, it connects the number of the inputs from the various dendrites. Then the dendrites information will goes to the soma and cell body. That is called activation function. Then that will give you to the information to the another axon. Then it goes to the central nervous system. Then central nervous system gives the another function. You have to execute this. Then, so evolutionary theory will be there. Once upon a time, we are a unicellular organism. Then multicellular organism. Then different species. Then today we are human being, but our immediate ancestor is the chimpanzees and monkeys, right? So then we have a genetics. So today if any disease is there, so in your family anyone has the disease earlier, that means your cross-way point the inheritable characteristics in the ancestral characteristics. So that is, genetic algorithms will try to predict such kind of scenarios. Genetics is the biological phenomenon. Then algorithms are developed, that is called genetic algorithms, right? So how exactly we used to do? So this is a biological neuron. So how the biological neuron will work is similarly we have a artificial neuron, right? So today, now before 5 minutes, I strongly spoke to you, then you keep on, right? So otherwise I would not give that kind of the instruction, that kind of the tone. You will not bother about my talk, right? So the instructions, I am seeing the you, so you all are my 80 inputs, then the hidden layers, so many hidden layers are there, what function to be performed, that is called output. That output has come through my oral cavity. So right? So how exactly we used to decode? It's a mathematical function. It's a mathematical function we used to write, right? So when it comes to the biological phenomena, we have suffered, or still we are suffering with the various diseases. So whenever you who are suffering with the diseases, the receptor may be playing an important role. The receptor may be damaged. That receptor then you need to come up with a drug. So biologists will not develop a drug. So chemistry researchers use it to synthesize the compounds in the laboratory condition, or where they have to extract the natural product from the plant sources and microorganism sources or animal sources. Then that compounds will be checks against the receptor. Then we will try to find out whether the compounds will inhibit where the disease lives or where the mutations are taking place, right? Then comes to the pharmacology. Today you have heard the paracetamol, dose 650, you know. 650 is a mg dose, but paracetamol will be there in 500 mg also. That is the difference. And in your family maybe kids are there, your brother's son or daughter or your sister's daughter or son will be there, right? So they have the syrup. It's 100 mg, or 200 mg, 250 mg. So that is the dose, right? So who has to pick the dose? The pharmacology researchers have to pick so much dose to be given to the disease. or particular condition. Condition will be different and acute conditions will be different. So this is the scenario we need to follow initially. Then where we have to check, so clinical trial we used to check against the healthy volunteers, or before the healthy volunteers we need to cross check against the animal studies. Then, so we have a genomic biology or genomics and the bioinformatics studies used to identify the receptors, and computationally we can check, and computationally we can take a number of the compounds that are synthesized by the researchers, chemistry researchers, and compounds will be generated. So here I have shown only 5 compounds, but it may be 5 lakhs or 50 lakhs compounds there. So these compounds need to be performed computationally by using the protocols. Then out of that 5 lakhs or 50 lakhs compounds, we may consider to so that will be again verified by the high throughput experiments in the laboratory conditions. That laboratory conditions will tell you where having affinity or efficacy against the receptor. So one way you have to do the in silico studies, one way you have to study the in vitro studies, and another way you have to study the in and another aspect you have to see the collaborators with the chemical. So then, so here the two scenarios are there. When you are going to do with the drug design and drug discovery, the primary concern is receptor. So what do you mean the receptor? It's your protein, it's your enzyme, it's your gene, or your receptor is nothing but the ion channels. Your ion channels are say receptors. Okay, your DNA is receptor. So, but all are not responsible for your migraine, all are not responsible for your body pains, all are not responsible for your so some particular gene, some particular protein is responsible for the disease. Then we need to make the structure, that structure can be determined by using the NMR, by using the X-ray, or if both experimental condition is not possible, then we can develop the structure computationally, that is called the homology modeling, Abinshon modeling 3D. So then we can do it. So then other aspect, we have a DFT studies, multi-dynamic studies, and empirical methods. So when you are going to design a drug, so we have two approaches, drug design and drug design. So we have the structure-based drug design and ligand-based drug design. So you might have studied the enzymes, lock and key theory and induced effect theory, right? So you have a lock, and the lock can be opened with particular key. Similarly, your protein receptor is there, or ligand receptor is there. The receptor will blocks when the particular compound blocks the activation. So protein has the active site. The active site can be blocked with a particular ligand. Okay. So I have a 50 lakhs compound, but 50 lakhs compounds will not block. So maybe 5 or 10 or 20 compounds only will have efficacy or will make a non-covalent interactions. But out of these non-covalent interactions, you need to cross-verify with the experimental conditions. Then when you execute the experiments, how many compounds will retain, then that compounds will show you the efficacy. So structure is primary source, that is called structure-based design, and ligand-based. So you have a ligand, then you are designing against the ligand-based. So structure-based drug design and ligand-based drug design will be there. So there, but drug design and drug discovery is not a simple task. So drug design and drug discovery is not a simple task. It is not complete in a one day. And when you are really interested to develop a drug, it takes minimum 12 to 15 years of time. 12 to 15 years of a time. So whenever you are having a 12 to 15 years of a time, so how much money you need to invest on a particular drug development? 15 years of a span, how many employees will be working on a particular domain? So the same salary will be there for a 15 years of the employee? Will not be there, right? So then, today whatever the item which we have procured, the same cost will be there after 10 years and 15 years? So, economical burden. And end of the day, the drug may be shown a proper results or may not show a proper results. Then we need to identify. Then localization can be measured by the RGB scale or Lexar scale. Once you measure the distances of a tissue, and then whether it is in a metastatic condition or a localized condition, you need to verify. So once it is verified, then you will enter into the development of the studies. So then the disease is there, we are trying to find out a drug. So this is the way. So you have a receptor, the yellow color one is a ligand, that drug may go and bind to the breast cancer receptor, that is called BRCA1 and BRCA2. Then, so it may, whenever it blocks properly, then the disease will be cured. But cancer curing is not the disease. We do not have a proper drugs for the carcinomas. Then, so we have algorithms. That algorithms will be used, developed and used by the bioinformaticians. Then, so disease is there. I have a lakhs of the compounds. The lakhs of the compounds are like this. The non-ligands or no ligands. So, but my receptor is like this, the active site cavity. So you may have a number of the compounds, whatever the compounds you have, whether all compounds it's going and binding to the active site. This is active site. Okay. All these compounds will come and bind here, will not bind because it's a shape and orientation is required. Okay. So out of this cavity or this shape and orientation will go and bind to the receptor. Whenever the binds properly, then it will the activity or inhibits the particular gene or protein mechanism, then disease will be cured. Okay. So it is a pictorial representation, but tomorrow it is a chemical reactions. The hydrogen bonds will be there. Van der Waals interactions, Coulombic interactions and chemical interaction, ionic bonds and non-polar interactions, polar interaction, dipole-dipole movements will be there. So that I won't talk here because that is a lengthy subject. Then, whatever the pictorial representations I have shown, this is the original scenario. You have an active site. The active site containing the different amino acids, right? So these amino acids have a side chain. We used to say the R group. The R group containing the different C3, CH3, OH or C2, OH, C2, H5, OH, etc. etc. functional groups will be there. The atoms will be there in the active site cavity. Then which type of the ligand will go and bind. So one way you have to look at the shape. Another aspect you have to look at the electron donors and electron acceptor concept, because they has to go and bind to the active site cavity and make a proper interactions. So that aspect we used to see the computational analysis by building the various compounds in the studies, right? So if not properly designing, then you have to go for a pharmacophore hypothesis, then changing the different donors and acceptors in the both ligand aspect. Then you can redesign a compound and final compound will come. So while doing this, so we have a measurement. You need to measure the distances of the active site cavity. So that is called radius, and you have a dipole-dipole moment. All this you need to calculate and you can evaluate the structures. Then you can, whenever you bind the receptor, whenever your ligand binds to the receptor cavity, then you need to measure the distance of your hydrogen bond interactions and covalent bond interactions. That you need to measure in terms of a angstroms. Then finally it looks like, when properly binds, so it looks like that. Then, so I think this I will skip it here. So the discovery is normally takes the hypothesis. All the researchers starts with the hypothesis. When you hypothesize, you are starting to execute that problem. So to hypothesize, it may take 1 year. You do the literature review and understanding the problem from the various publications, it may take 2-3 years. Then once it is done, you need to design experiments. Then you start executing. Then that will goes to the 2-3 years. Then you may conduct the experiments. Sometimes experiments will fail you. Then again you will change the conditions. Then you can conduct the experiments. Then recruit the animals. Then clinical trial, animal studies will be there. Then this animal studies will goes to the human volunteers. Then once the human volunteers showing the efficacy and proper response, then that will enter into a approval stage. So all these together may take 15 years of the time, right? So this is about the general scenario where you have a drug discovery and drug design purpose. What exactly the artificial intelligence will play an important role? Look at here. So you have to look at the chemistry aspect, the grain chemistry or synthetic chemistry. Then you have to design the models, whether you are going to with a particular receptor is called caspases or you may study the compound analysis like LCMS studies or MSMS studies, or to understand the molecular weight and any GCMS studies or similar compounds that are there in the libraries. Then you can conduct the experimentation in the one aspect. Another aspect where already researchers executed the research and they might have developed a compound. That compound is there in a public databases. That databases you can retrieve the data. Then you can perform a virtual screening studies. Then you can identify various levels of the genomics, proteomics, and transcriptomics and other aspects. So the target is which target you are looking. So target is whether it is your liver, your kidney, your brain, or your spleen, or the other parts of the body. Then you can perform your studies. What type of the studies you wanted to perform, you can perform. So this study we were developed and we were published a model. So based on the biological model, then we developed a sense network. This sense means resistance towards the sensitivity prediction of the neural networks. So whenever you give the data, that algorithm will predict, so which organ it will be affected with the series of the compounds. So like that, the resistance network will be worked. Then, whatever the compounds I said, the compounds will be extracted from the PubMed and drug bank and MBL and MSpider, etc. sources. Then compounds will be screened and the computational algorithms, heat maps and counter maps and confusion matrix and other matrices will be developed a similarity analysis. Then they will give you the AI models and applications for the feature predictions and identification of a target with respect to the receptor structure. So these are the various techniques that are there for a models. You have a molecule, that molecule will go for a computational artificial intelligence predictions. These artificial intelligence predictions, so whether this particular compound will work against the receptor or not, it will verify in the computation. Then we will select the candidate drugs. The candidate drugs will associated with the anchor drugs or library drugs that are intact with the particular compound. Then it will enter into the sequence aspect of a receptor, then sequence studies and the structure predictions. And once it is a structure prediction, then you will perform a drug binding studies. So this drug target binding studies will be performed by using the various bioinformatics approaches. Then we can use the AI-enabled prediction tools to identify the particular predictions. So look at here the role of the artificial intelligence in your drug discovery. The first one is try to predict a better compounds going into a clinical trials. So because the 5 lakhs compound we cannot do in the clinical trials. We will do it only 10 compounds or 5 compounds. Okay. So then it's a better target understanding. So if you are not known the target, then we can try to identify the target by using the AI prediction tools. And so it's a better for the post-market survival analysis. So you develop a product. So what product is suitable to the market? So for example, you have a Apple 17 phone and you have a Redmi and a Mi phone. So which phone you will buy? So whether lesser to existed drug or small higher to the drug or small higher to the existed drug you need to see. So that is called marketing survival analysis. So look at here. So this you might have heard. So what is this? SARS-CoV, right? So this is a SARS-CoV structure, COVID-19. So here we have different receptors. But as sir you said 15 years drug development will be there, no? But during the COVID, in a 1 month or 2 months we come to a drug discovery, drug design we say. How it is possible? So it is not possible, but it is possible because of the drug repurposing. Drug is developed for one purpose, but we are using for another purpose. That is called drug repurpose. So during the COVID, all the researchers used the AI tools and screened the lakhs of the compounds and identify some of the compounds based on the signs and symptoms, based on the conditions. They suggested that these are particular drugs will work against the COVID, right? So like this it will work. So this is a complete scenario. The network artificial intelligence serial marker models and the drug candidates were developed. And So this is a polymorphic study. So this sir is suffering with the headache. You are also suffering with the headache. I also suffering with the headache. Okay. But normal drug has headache, Naxodime or naproxen. But naproxen is not working for me. And naproxen working for SR. And naproxen not working for Lara also. Then she might be cured with the paracetamol. And another person may be paracetamol with naproxen with another tablet, it works. Why? All of the humans. Why? Disease is same, why it is not curing with the same drug? So, when you are developing a drug, you need to study the polymorphic analysis, polymorphism studies. So, when you are talking about the pharmacy aspect, we used to say pharmacogenomics. Pharmacogenomics we need to study. Then, the different geographical area populations, the genomic samples or blood samples will be collected, the genome will be analyzed, and what is the proper coding pattern and proper analysis pattern will be performed. Then, accordingly, the drug designing will be. So, like that, the pharmacogenomics will be works. So, during the COVID, some of the patients, some of the population will be symptomatic, some of them are non-symptomatic, right? So here also will be there. That is the reason you need to study the pharmacogenomic aspect elaboratively. So then coming days, the personalized medication. Personalized medicine, personalized medication will be there. So you are suffering since 10 days with some problem. You might be approached the MD general medicine or MD some of the other specialists. It is not cured. But whenever you go to your home and your RMP doctor gave you one tablet, within 2 days it might be cured. What is the reason? Where the doctor knows anatomy, physiology and metabolisms and everything. According to his study, he gave the prescription and he prescribed the drugs. It is not work. Where doesn't know anything, where 10th class failed person or where the 7th standard RMP doctor gave the drug, it works. That means he knows what drug works for you, your family. He gave only one tablet. But whereas your corporate doctors will give 10 tablets, it will not work, and that person, whatever you use, tablet. I'm not blaming why the personalized, how the personalized medicine will work, and just I wanted to give in a simpler way. So tomorrow the personalized medicine, personalized medication will plays an important role. So that purpose we are using the AIML tools for elaboratively. That is the reason. You know the ChatGPTs, right? But we have a generative AIs and adaptive AIs. Whatever the questions you are asking the ChatGPT, no? If you are logged in, so if you are already have a username and password, so your all history will be there. So one time you ask the question, then next time you don't need to combine that question. Again question you can ask. The association will come with the outputs. So similarly, generative AIs will give you a linked map and linked approach data will be given. But once you ask the question, second time what you question ask, third time what question you are going to ask the system, adaptive AIs will give. It learns about your brain. It learns about the AI. So that is the adaptive AIs is going to be more in the upcoming years. Already adaptive AI tools are there. So now, so everything will be in the adaptive AIs. So saturation point will be there some years. So like that, the AIs will be used in a different purposes, right? With this, I will stop it here. So if you have any questions, you feel free to ask.
Any questions? I request participants to ask any questions. To ask the questions.
Research
Scholars and students and faculty members.
The sophisticated research is going on in the NIT, Warangal, by especially Shyam sir, in bioinformatics, especially.
Okay. Thank you, Shyam, for your wonderful lecture on AI, discovery and drug target. So how the drug is entered into the body and how it affect on the diseased tissue, and also how the ligand is interact with the diseased tissue. It is compared with the lock and key model of enzymatic active site of the drug. The ligand is bind to the active site, that is the diseased tissue. Thank you very your wonderful informative lecture on this AI. You have to use the tool AI tool and the doubts of our students. Thank you for your wonderful lecture, Shyam. Thank you very much.
Welcome all the staff members to felicitate the sir. Please come. Madam, then come.
Is anyone willing to give poster presentation or oral presentation? This is the last chance. Is anyone willing to give oral or poster presentations? You want to give poster? Anyone oral? You go and keep your posting.
అయితే
Externally given amino acid to improve its nutritional quality of the leaf feed.
What are the parameters for taken
weight and for certain parameters, certain weight and certain length are considered. And connected to varying seasons.
what are the parameters?
Certain weight and certain length. Post certain parameters.
What is final result?
So in final result, due to environmental fluctuations in the rearing field, as it is outdoor rearing completely, and due to environmental fluctuations in crop one, a slight increase of larval weight and couple weight have taken place. But in second crop, in the second season, due to sudden storms, appearance of sudden storm, there is a decrease in weight of larva and also couple weight.
From where you got this property?
Purchased
ఫస్ట్ సెకండ్ చూసిల్లా
Okay, all the best. Okay.
మార్క్ ఇచ్చేసి వేదికలు కండక్ట్ చేస్తే మనం లంచ్కి వెళ్ళిపోతాం అయిపోయింది పదండి ఒక్క రేణుగాది ఓరల్ ఉంది కదా అదొకటి చేద్దాం
Just I'm relating the question.
Morphological, ecological, SSR marker analysis. That assessment material by is a serratinous lepidopteran polyphorus insect distributed in the form of about 40 in India. So it is
basically feeds on 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 and 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼. So both of the 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 and 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 is the primary food plant. The secondary food plant is the silicon. Basically, especially the tribes are poor people, so depends on the taxa rearing. They are cultivating the different type of rearings. So this is the taxa life cycle, the cocoon, pupa and adult mother. It comprises the especially the total particular crop 40 to 45 days. So maintain the regular humidity, regular temperature, and it includes the 5 instars and 4 moons. Next. So this is the classification of test insect and host plant. The test insect belonging to the family Saisreelidae, host plant belonging to the family Cambridaceae. Next. So the tropical taxa silicon shows phenotypic traits like fecundity, organism, cocoon weight, shell ratio, and host plant. So the present study, the genetic variability and phylogenetic relationship among hybridization of the different ecoraces of taxa silicon and 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼. So this is our objective. The total among 43 or 46 ecoraces, we take the 7 races of the. So this picture shows the different 7 different ecoraces of cocoons and moths. Next. So this is the healthy 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 plantation at our Kakatiya University. Next. This is the net rearing method of taxa silicon and 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼. This picture shows the various stages of taxa silicon, the rearing of 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼. So especially the second instar, third instar, fourth instar, and next dice is. So this is the drainage activity of different 7 type of eco at our university. So this is the field activities. This is the 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 plantation. So now we are material methods. First of all, we are taking the collection of taxa silicon and 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼, 7 different ecoraces of in our India. So next, so we are cultivating optimum particular temperature, that is the 23 to 27 degrees centigrade, and humidity also we are maintained. Next. So especially the morphological studies, it includes the larval weight, cocoon weight, so pupal weight measured according to standard electronic balance, and mortality also calculated every crop, and then the post-cocoon characters like cocoon weight, pupal weight, shell ratio also we are measured standard electronic balance. It comprises the especially the total particular crop 40 to 45 days. So maintain the regular humidity. Of taxa silicon and 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 of 7 different type of ecoraces. So after the all particular parameters we are observed, so the model shows the highest cocoon weight when compared to the other ecoraces, but the 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 is the efficient. The linear is 7.69. So the 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 or Telangana local is the most powerful when compared to the other ecoraces. Next. Molecular analysis. So today we are only talk about the EST SSR primers. So the EST when we are applying the EST SSR primers, after that the which ecoraces is closely related to the Andhra local and Telangana local. Next. So first of all we are going for the after the collection of 7 different type of ecoraces, then we go for the genomic DNA isolation. The genomic DNA isolation especially used the protocol, that is the methodology phenol chloroform isoamyl alcohol according to the Nagaraju 1975. So after the isolation of the DNA, then we go for the checking, that is used for the 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 electrophoresis. After that, then we are next. So this is the chemicals which we are used in the isolation of DNA. Next. So this is the methodology of the genomic DNA isolation. So after
the isolation, we are checking the purity of the DNA of different echo-races of 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼, especially the range in between the 1.7 to 1.9 is the best quality of the DNA. So this is the picture after the isolation of the DNA. So this is the picture shows the first lane, it indicates the 1 kb ladder. So second to 8, so different type of tussar echo-races of genomic DNA isolation. So this is also picture shows the genomic DNA isolation of 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼. So this is the image shows the standardization of the DNA evaluation using with the spectrophotometer. So this is the nanodrop studies. The DNA which is there is a contamination is there. This is the best quality or not. We go for the checking the nanodrop. So this is the all different type of results of the tussar echo-races. So now EST SSRs, the EST is the molecular markers. So we are designed in our laboratory. So EST primers, we are designed 24 different type of primers. So out of 24, among the 24, the only one primer shows the positive effect in our study. So basically we are taking the all different type of primers. The source is the white silk base. Next. So this is our positive primer result. The GC percentage which shows the 61 to 66%. The primer length is the 18 to 21 bases. Next. So this is after the genomic DNA isolation, after the quantification of using with the spectrophotometer or nanodrop, we go for the PCR amplification. So the PCR which is taken, every PCR which is contains the sample 25 microliters only. In 25 microliters, we are added the different type of components, that is the DNTPs, forward primer, reverse primer, our template DNA, our different type of echo-races. So then after that magnesium fluoride, so that DNA program also we have maintained. So we are established in our laboratory standard protocol. So after the PCR we go for the analysis. So this is the picture shows the PCR. So our sample, the range it is the 473 base pairs. The target size is the 473 base pairs. The 8th line shows the so after the first we are taking the collection of 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼, 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 of different echo-races, different type of echo-races among the 46. Then we go for the genomic DNA isolation. Then we go for the PCR. So after the PCR we go for the cloning, sequencing and analysis. The cloning EST, we are using the different type of molecular markers, especially this is the EST marker. The EST after the using with the EST marker, the after the cloning, we go for the sequencing analysis using with the MEGA4. So this is our laboratory pictures, cloning pictures. The positive after the cloning, so we are taking the positive clones. So this is the protocol. So first we are taking the PCR, then gel electration, ligation into the TA vector, transformation of 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 cells, then plasmid isolation, then confirmation of the clones using with the PCR. Again, we have checked the PCR and restriction digestion, the positive clones sent for the sequencing. So this is the gel elution picture. This is also shows the 473 base pairs. So this is our best pick in our EST primer. So this picture, it indicates the 3 different type of slides. First time 2 slides is the double digestion we are taking. After that, again we are check the PCR amplification. Next. So then after that, so we are using the we are taking the sequencing. After that sequencing, we aligned the sequencing. Then we are entering into we go for the MEGA. So MEGA is directly available in the Google. So that is the free software. Using with this software, our sequence is aligned. Next. So this is shows the different type of nucleotides. So we are observed in our 7 different type of echo races. We are identified the 60 different type of nucleotides we are observed. 60 different type of nucleotide sequences, variations. This is the aligned sequences using with the mega software. So this is the final picture, shows the phylogenetic tree. So the Andhra local is best, our Telangana local is best. So then after the phylogenetic tree, we are go for the breeding. So after the breeding, then the race is the preserved. The race is not existed. So we are using the breeding. So this is the phylogenetic tree based on the evolutionary distance, based on the bootstrap values. So the Andhra local is which is closely related to the 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼, not only genetically close, this is also a geographical relation also closely related species, Andhra local and 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼, which is closely related species. So the after the phylogenetic analysis, we have carried the 5 different type of echo races of Antheria myelenta. We are using the Megaphone software. So aligned the different, we use the cluster W, the FASTA. So then we are go for the, we are after identification, after the phylogenetic tree, after the developing the tree. So then we are identified another important thing also, that is the 30 kD lipoprotein superfamily. So our gene the 30 kD superfamily. So this is the picture, shows the our identification, our gene using with the EST primer, so the which is related to the 30 kD superfamily. So from the above studies clearly shows that the populations evaluated not only differ their phenotypic traits but also genetic makeup, which is used in the EST marker. Not only EST marker, we are used in the ISSR. In ISSR 10 primers which we are used, and SSR also we are taken. In SSR also 24 different type of primers which we are used. Among SSR, ESR, SSR and EST SSR, ISS also shows the same result. The Telangana local closely related to the 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼. So, thank you sir. So we have discovered the 60 SNPs in our study. So ESTs we are taken from the wild silk base. The EST SSR is the best marker using with our silk worms in our study. This is our laboratory pic.
Any questions from scholars and students, faculty members? No questions.
Some students are discussing about me also, because we are both scholars in one laboratory. Yesterday Shavita madam students, we both are.
Thank you sir.
The technical session, that is oral and poster presentations, has ended. Now it is a time to break for lunch. Let us assemble here at 2 p.m. in the hall today. After
this
Now I request Dr. Gauri Madam to introduce our invited speaker of this session. Very good afternoon to all my dear beloved students. I hope that you will be listening very keenly and silently without causing any disturbance to the resource person. We have moved to the last session of the third day conference. After this, the celebration of valedictory function will begin. So don't leave the seminar hall after the completion of session. Okay. I extend warm welcome Professor Y. Venkaya sir, Head Department of Zoology, Kakatiya University, for spending this valuable time to educate you on metagenomics and its applications. I briefly introduce the biodata of Professor Y. Venkaya sir. Professor Y. Venkaya, Head Department of Zoology, Kakatiya University, Warangal, was also acting as a Secretary Sports Board of Warangal. Formerly, he acted as the board's POS in Zoology and Biochemistry, Sericulture of Kakatiya University. He also worked as Vice Principal of University Campus College and also as Additional Controller of Examinations, Joint Director of Admissions, SAI SREE Director of Kakatiya University. He played many academic and administrative roles in Kakatiya University. He has 30 years of teaching and research experience in the field of animal physiology, entomology, toxicology and pharmacology. His research is mainly focused on secretions and poison glands of catfishes and toads. He published more than 70 research articles in various reputed national and international journals. He published 15 books for graduate and postgraduate students. Under his supervision, 8 students were awarded with PhD degrees and 1 postdoctoral student was awarded, and the degrees and 7 students are pursuing their PhD under his supervision. He also completed minor and major research projects funded by UGC in New Delhi. He had visited the countries Sri Lanka and Dubai to attend the international conferences for the presentation of research papers. He received 5 awards from various national and international scientific bodies. He is also an associate fellow in Science and Technology 2018 by Telangana Academy of Sciences. He was selected for UGC Research Award 2012 from UGC New Delhi. He has more than 30 memberships with the professional scientific bodies. He is also main author and editorial board member of Telugu Academy Sciences. With this brief introduction, I request Professor Venkaya sir to deliver his lecture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gauri Madam, for your nice introduction. I congratulate the organizers, especially Gauri Madam and the team, and the Department of Zoology. I congratulate the faculty members of Zoology for conducting 3-day international conference on biomedical research for global health advances, opportunities and challenges. This is organized by the Department of Zoology. Thank you. So today my topic is metagenomics and its applications. Here, every research lab, we are going to separate the DNA from living organisms, so which are cultured in the laboratory techniques. But here, my topic is without culturing the organism in the laboratory, we directly obtain the DNA from the environmental sources, that is the soil, water, and fecal matter and the human gut. So these microbial organisms we have to obtain from the environment. So we have to directly extract the DNA from these organisms, and immediately we have to use the software databases, and different software databases are used for the sequence of DNA. So here the term metagenomics was used by the Andesman and Clary and Robert. Here the metagenomics defined as the genome analysis of microorganisms by
ఫ్యాన్ కూడా బంద్ చేయండి, ఫ్యాన్ బంద్ చేయండి, అన్ని స్విచ్లు బంద్ చేయండి. Very important. Charging. Back side. VGA cable action VGA cable. VGA cable. Nikhil. అవతల సిస్టమ్ దగ్గర
reduction in the bioremediation. So here what is metagenomic studies have identified main novel microbial genes coding for the metabolic pathways such as energy acquisition, carbon and nitrogen metabolism. Next slide. So the science of metagenomics, mainly few years old, it will make it possible to genetics and microbes in their natural environment, the complex communities in which they may be normally live. So all plants and animals have closely associated with the microbial communities that make the necessary nutrients, that is the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen and sulfur, and metals and also vitamins. Next one. So the field of metagenetics is referred to the environmental genomics. So the term metagenomics referred to that the collection of genes sequences from the environment could be analyzed in a way analogous to the study of the genome. The Human Microbial Project, that is HMP, will require the metagenomic samples sequencing data as a primary resources for analysis of the relationship between the microbial communities and the individual they habitat. Next one. So the history of the metagenomics in 1985, Poet and co-workers introduced the idea of cloning DNA directly from the environmental samples. 1991, Smith and co-workers cloned the DNA from 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 in a phase. They have to identify the 16S RNA gene sequence analysis. Next one. So these are the timelines of the metagenomics. So here what happened, Robert book and also the different timelines. So they have evolved from the 2015 and 2019 and 21. So the metagenomics are very popular nowadays because of we have to do not culture the organism in the laboratory. So we directly isolate the DNA from the environmental samples. Next one. So why genomic study we have? So some of the metagenomics make it possible to integrate the resources for the development of novel genes, enzymes and chemical compounds for use in the biotechnology. So here we have to identify the new enzymes and biochemical compounds. All of these we have to identify through this metagenomics. So microbes of communities are key players in the maintaining the environmental stability. Investigate the microbes in their natural environment, the complex communities in which they normally live in. Next one. So, three broad types of metagenomics approaches are: first one is the biochemical approach, second one is the whole genome shotgun, third one is the 16S RNA sequence. Next one. So this is the natural environment. Directly, we have to isolate the DNA from the environment. That is the oceanic region, and also the soil and water, whatever it may be. Directly we isolate the DNA from this natural environment. Then go for the metagenomic study and DNA knowledge application. We have to apply the software and also different database we have to use. We have to isolate the DNA, extract the DNA from the samples and go for the database and DNA sequence. Next one. So methodology of natural DNA contain several forms like free DNA, and also the samples can be suspended in water, bound to the soil and other solid particles. Next one. Next one. Next. So this is the schematic diagram of the metagenome. First one, we have to plan the experimental design. Next one, we collect the samples. The samples you have to extract you separate you fraction the DNA. So in that sample you have to extract the DNA. Go for the binding, that is the DNA sequencing, assembly of the DNA probes and annotation. These are the included in the binding. Next one, you go for the statistical analysis. You have to use different softwares and data storage and data sharing. So that is called as metadata. Next one. Next slide. So sampling and browsing is sampling browsing is the first and most crucial step in metagenomics. So DNA extracted should be represented all cell present in the samples and sufficient amounts of high quality nucleic acids must be obtained. Sample function fractionation steps should be checked, ensure the sufficient of the target achieved in the minimal containing of the non-target microbial occurs. Next one. Next one. So here what happened, that is the soil sample. In the soil sample, we collect number of microorganisms are present in the soil sample. So that's microorganisms we have to extract the DNA. The extracted DNA, what happened, the transformation mechanism, the single strand DNA is formed. So that is the double strand DNA, then the transcription mechanism, single strand DNA that is called RNA is formed. DNA to RNA transcription mechanism, so that we have to apply the software system with different databases. We isolate the DNA fragments from the core DNA, that is the true DNA sample. Next one. So different metagenic hotspots are there, that is the high temperature and low temperature. Different organisms are survive on that environment. And volcanic region, some of bacteria and viruses also live on that environment. Soil, different microorganisms are present in the soil, and heavy metal composition, wastewater, and acidic conditions and alkaline conditions. Different microorganisms are growth in that environment because they have survived, that are responsible for the survival of that organism, that is the responsible for the gene of that organism. That gene tolerates that environmental conditions, they have to survive on that environmental condition. Next one. So types of metagenomics, here what happened, soil and water and other insects and the human microbial, human gut, all these are the places of the microorganisms which are grown in that area. Then we have to collect the microbiota and immediately separate and containing we have to prepare the cloning vectors. These cloning vectors are introduced to the essential by the bacteria. We have to develop different that is the conjugation mechanism. Here different clones are formed. These clones are sequenced with the help of the data, software data. Next one. Sequence-based metagenetics is sequence-based metagenetics studies can be used to assemblies of genome, identify the gene found in the complete metabolic pathways compared to the different types of communities. Next one. So here what happened, the whole genome sequence in metagenomics is whole and generate the sequence developed by J. Carl and his workers in 1995. Whole genome sequence can help the metagenomics fragments are complete genomic from the organism's community without provision of the isolation and allowing the characterization of the large number of coding and non-coding sequences of the phylogenetic makers. Next one. So here what happened, this is the whole genomic sequence. First of all, that is the microbial chromosome. That microbial chromosome we have to run into the PCR machine. Immediately what happened, DNA fragments are formed. These DNA fragments go run for agarose forces. We have to separate the pure DNA fragments, and also these free DNA fragments go for the chip. We have to make the chip, and also we have to make the computational softwares. So we have to identify the database sequence of the DNA. That is the whole genomic DNA. First one, next one. The 16S RNA is analyze the sequence of 16S DNA of the various bacteria and using DNA sequence, state of the art of the technology. So the 16S RNA, part of the ribosomal RNA of a prokaryotic cell, which is about 15,042 nucleotides are present. 16R DNA containing the highly conserved between the species and also variable between other species. Next one. So this is the environmental DNA. So the environmental samples, we isolate the DNA. DNA is extracted. The extracted DNA is we have to go for the genomic DNA. immediately we run the PCR, this DNA is separated into small fragments, the PCR sequencing. 16 RNA, that's a single strand RNA, we have to use the sequencing. That is we have to construct the phylogenetic trees of the 16S RNA. Next one. So determining the DNA sequencing. DNA sequencing is one of the most important platform for the study of the biological systems today. Next generation of DNA sequence, 454 live sequences are also identified. Next one. So viral sequencing means the viral sequence is the most commonly reproduced dioxyl chain of the termination of the technology. So we have to, it was developed by the Frederick Singer and colleagues. Next one. Next one. Next one. So we have to. This is the virus and sequence. So we have to isolate the DNA template, that is the fragment. We go for the use for the data, and also we have to incorporate the essential other vectors. Similarly, what happened, the complete genomic sequence occurs in the metabolic pathway, in the metabolic process, where the enzymes are absent. That enzymes are immediately identified and immediately replaced through this process. So the metabolic pathway is continuous from this schematic representation. Next one. So these are different methods to isolate the DNA from the natural samples. Next one. Next. Next. So the binding is the here we have to collect the DNA samples and assemble the DNA samples and go for the database. Next one. So we have to use the computational based binding. Here what happened, we have used the algorithms including the phylogenetic. We have to use the SSGM, Bayesian and typo. All these databases we have to use to identify the sequencing of the DNA database. Next. The similar basis also when we have to use different software techniques, including the computational methods. So this is the we have to construct the phylogenetic tree, and also we have to separate the taxonomic study. We have to also study the through this binding process. Next one. So annotation is the one. It is one of the process of assembling the functional position of the species of origin. So we have to use the FastTag tool for identification of the annotation of the DNA fragments. Next one. Next. Next. So we have to read the assembly of how the fragments are incorporated in the SREE and other vectors. So we have to identify the complete formation of the gene in the vector organisms. Next one. Next. Storage and sharing the data. The imminent one, ICBN is the maintain all the data. We have to maintain all the data, DNA sequence data. It is the very useful tool. NCB is the powerful tool for storage the data and sharing the data for future generations. Next one. Next one. So functional metagenomics means the experimental approach for studying the gene functions and studying the microbial central concentrated DNA mixed with the microbial populations. So functional approaches is one of the construction of screening and metagenomics libraries. We have to also construct the DNA libraries through this functional genomics. Next one. Next one. So here what happened? So that is the microbial biodata. We have to isolate the DNA fragments. These fragments introduced in the vectors. Immediately what happens? Especially some bacteria and other virus vectors we have to use as vectors. Immediately what happens? These vector targeted DNA introduced in the complete DNA. Immediately what happens? It produces number of its offsprings, that is the clones. So we have to culture in the laboratory. We have to prepare the whole plate, that is a chip or plate, that we have to use the future generations. So this is a overview of the functional metagenomic selections. Next one. So next one. So functional metagenomic analysis The reconstruction and nucleic metabolic pathway from enzymes coding to the gene level of the matter in the metagenomic analysis. Where the enzymes are absent in the metabolic pathway, we have to identify these enzymes and incorporate these enzymes to complete the metabolic pathways. That is a protein or carbohydrate, whatever it may be. Immediately, glycolysis cycle and citric acid cycle, all these cycles, the missing enzyme we have to identify through the functional genomics. We have to continue that process, and also the energy is released from this metabolic process. Next one. So gene prediction. So gene prediction of which metagenomics leads to contain the coding sequences. Next one. So metabolic pathways, reconnection of the if any enzyme is missing in the metabolic pathways, that is called as the meta pathways. We have to incorporate these missing enzymes through this technology. Next one. Next. So this is the whole metabolic pathways, citric acid cycle and glycolysis and the other pyruvate acid oxalates are when the glucose is converted in the glucose 6-phosphate is responsible for an enzyme that is hexokinase. The hexokinase enzyme, if at any place of hexokinase enzyme is similar to what happened with the functional genomics, metagenomics, we have to incorporate the hexokinase enzyme to continue the cycle and to release the energy in the form of ATPs. So this is the whole genomic reconstruction with the help of the enzymes. We identify the new enzyme through the microbial biota. Next one. So this is the diagram. Next one. All these mechanisms apply for the different data, software data. Bioinformatics is a very powerful tool for the identify. We have to get the target genome which is introduced in the bacteria or virus, whatever it is. Next one. Next. So applications of metagenome, it is applicable for medicine, agriculture and biofuel, biotechnology, ecology, environmental remediation and other fields. It is applicable to all these fields. Next one. So this is applicable to all these fields. Nowadays, metagenomics is very important tool because of metagenomics is very important tool because of everywhere we do not culture the organisms in the laboratory because we cannot culture a virus in the laboratories because of it causes many complications to the persons who doing the research in the laboratories. Hence why we collect the virus and other bacteria from the natural sources, the soil and other seawater, salt water, whatever it may be. We have to identify and collect the lot, prepare the micro DNA chips. So these are used for the future generations. Next one. Next. 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 Next one. So the limitations of this metagenomics are some limitations are there. Most of the genome is identifiable. Extraction, that is the extraction is the problem. Next one. Some future direction. We have to identify the new enzymes, antibiotics, and other reagents identified. More exotic habitats can be intently studied. Can only progress a library technology process including the sequencing technology. It improves the bioinformatics will quick analysis for the library profiling. Next one. So here what happened, we discovered the novel pathways and also the culture these organisms. We discovered the novel pathways, information away from certain microbes are uncultured. Because so unculturing organisms we have to directly obtain the DNA from the natural resources. Next one. So final conclusion is metagenomics has benefited in the past few years from many visionary investigations in both financial and intellectual terms. The science of metagenomics is currently in its pioneering stages of development as a field, and many tools and technologies are undergoing rapid evolution. The best use of the metagenomics in a tool to address the fundamental question of the microbial ecology, evolution and diversity to derive the test of new hypothesis. Next one. Next. So here that is the last. In addition, phenotypic dimension in human biology such as gene expression, profiling, proteomics and metabolics. Perhaps we need to extend the concept of the human genome to include the more comprehensive and the human metagenomic laboratories medicine. So this is regarding the metagenomics. So in the laboratory conditions, it is easy to obtain the DNA from the natural resources. So here what happened, without culturing the microorganism in the laboratory, it is very easy to obtain the DNA. Directly we have to obtain the DNA and construct the DNA libraries for future generations. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Any more discussions and questions from students or scholars or staff members? Anyway, scholars are not responding. Okay, this is actually a good topic, metagenomics. So thank you, sir. Thank you for your nice presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Hello. Thank you, sir, Professor Venkay, sir, for your elaborative talk on metagenomics and the discovery of new genes, how they are useful for the benefit of mankind without isolating the microorganisms. So please stay with us as chief guest of the laboratory session, which is going to be followed after this session. So many sessions. I think we have grasped immense knowledge from the talks delivered by eminent speakers in all these areas. And we are coming to the closing session. Please maintain silence and bear with us. extend a warm welcome to the valedictory session of the DA International Conference on Biomedical Research, Advancement, Opportunities and Challenges. We came to the concluding session of the DA conference and we are going to celebrate the valedictory function. Not only for the successful completion of these 3 days, which have been witnessed a series of delivering talks given by event speakers of various institutions across the country, touching each and every topic that is very close to the present day society. This conference has given a platform for academic interactions, intellectual exchange, and it also enriched all the participants on the latest research findings, research advancements, giving future ideas on biomedical research. Every session is very insightful, giving thought-provoking ideas in the inner minds of researchers to get up new concepts on biomedical research for the benefit of the society. With these few lines, I would like to invite on behalf of the Department of Zoology the dignitaries on the dais. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt welcome to the Honorable Principal, the President of today's conference, Professor T. Srinivasa, on the dais, please. I request Officer to honor him with the With due respect, I extend warm welcome to his chief guest, Professor 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼, Head Dean at Department of Zoology, Kaviria. I request Tina sir. I take privilege to invite the Vice Chancellor of Science, Dr. 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼, on the dais. May I request Dr. raju.saisree.rk, the Vice Principal of Arts and Commerce, on the dais, please. I request sir to honor Vice Principal. I request Vice Principal to acknowledge the strong pillars of the institution, encouraging the academic progress of the institution. I request the accuracy coordinator, Dr. A. Srinivasa sir, on the dais, please. I request A. sir to honor him with the I extend warm welcome to the co-chair of this conference and Department of Zoology, Dr. Dinesh sir, on the dais, please. I request Shyam sir to honor me with the I extend heartfelt welcome to the convener of the conference, this 3-day international conference, who has taken tireless efforts for the smooth conduction of the conference, that the lovely ma'am on the dais. I request Ryan to honor her report. Staff Secretary, Associate Professor Dr. Ravi Kumar sir, on the dais please. I think we will join in the later sessions. I thank heads of various departments, faculty, institution, committee in charges, student volunteers for their active participation for the school foundation of this conference. And my special thanks to Principal Sir for encouraging right from the tenure of proposal till the completion of conference, for giving additional support and encouragement each and every day and helping us for smooth conduction of this conference. I extend a heartfelt thanks to the President of this conference, Professor J. Srinivasan. With these few lines, I hand over the proceedings to the Principal Sir to continue the session. Thank you, sir.
As we assemble to formally conclude these celebrations, we do so enriched by and international centers of excellence. The scholarly contributions have not only advanced knowledge, but also illuminated the pathways through which research can translate into meaningful global health outcomes. Keynote deliberations and technical sessions traverse critical areas such as molecular medicine, hallmarks of cancer biology, infectious diseases, therapies, drug discovery processes, functional and nutritional science, genetic and metabolic regulation, animal models in biomedical research, artificial intelligence in health records, and metagenomics. These discussions reflected both depth and interdisciplinary breadth. The scientific exchange between laboratory researchers, clinicians, technologists, and scholars has been of healthcare lies in integrative and collaborative approaches. My dear students, పరిశోధన అనేది కేవలం విజ్ఞాన సాధనమే కాదు, సమాజానికి బాధ్యత కూడా. One of the different themes emerging from our sessions is the accelerating pace of translational biomedical science. Recent global experiences have demonstrated how rapidly laboratory innovations can be transformed into therapeutic solutions. The research ecosystems operate successfully. The evolution of knowledge
also. So the talks included on various themes like cancer biology, drug discovery, Ayurveda, infectious diseases, lifestyle diseases, and the animal models, stem cell biology, artificial intelligence, and genomics. The deliberations emphasize interdisciplinary collaboration, innovation-driven research, and evidence-based approaches to strengthening healthcare systems globally. The interactive evidence-based discussions, networking opportunities, and mentorship exchanges have laid the foundation for future academic collaborations and impact research initiatives. So we also received research papers from our government degree college faculty. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our honorable patrons of this conference, 3-day international conference, guests, keynote speakers, invited speakers, session chairs. There was session chair for each technical session, advisory members, technical advisory committee, and all participants whose valuable contributions made this conference a grand success. So through this conference, we are confident that the knowledge shared and collaborations initiated here will continue to contribute meaningfully to advancement in biomedical research and global health. So with great satisfaction, we submit this combined report from the Department of Zoology. Thank you. Thank you for submitting this.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for the brief report about the 3-day international conference, which is conducting right now. In this occasion, I would like to request Srimati Railata Ma'am, the Vice Principal of this college, please address the gathering.
Respected Principal, Professor D. Srinivas sir, Chief Guest, Head of the Department Zoology, Kakatiya University, Dr. Venkaya sir, Vice Principal, Dr. 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 sir, and HOD Zoology, Dr. Diru sir, IPSC Coordinator, Dr. A. Srinivas sir, Organizing Secretary Dr. Rohini Madam, and all the members of the Geology Department, and all the members of the staff from various colleges, researchers, and my dear students. Good evening to one and all. So at the outset, first of all, I congratulate the Department of Geology and appreciate the Department of Geology for successfully completing this 3-day international conference. So all the external work was taken by Dr. Rohini Madam. So రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్స్ అందరినీ కూడా ఆర్గనైజ్ చేసి అరేంజ్ చేశారు రోహిణి మేడం. మీకు ప్రొఫెషనల్ లెక్చర్స్ ఇవ్వడానికి. సో బిగ్ రౌండ్ ఆఫ్ అప్లాస్ రోహిణి మేడం. At the same time, all the internal communication was done by the Department of Geology, Dr. Dinesh sir, Dr. Gauri ma'am, and Dr. Rajesh sir. And special thanks to Dr. Swami sir for organizing it live. So because of you, we are able to see all the sessions at home, sir. ఎందుకంటే ఇక్కడ కుదరలేదు కానీ అన్ని కూడా మేము కవర్ చేసి చూడగలిగాము. So special thanks to you. And at the same time, when I have seen all the lectures, they were very informative, first thing. And the second thing is, ప్రతి లెక్చర్లో కూడా వాళ్ళు ఛాలెంజెస్ని అడ్రస్ చేయడం జరిగింది. Now this is the area you participants have to focus. So ఈ ఏరియాస్లలో మీరు రీసెర్చ్ని క్యారీ చేస్తే బాగుంటుంది. I wish you best of luck for your future endeavors. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your inspirational words. This is the appropriate time that from the participants, feedback from the participants. I am happy. Anybody come from student side? Or anybody from research scholars? Anybody from the faculty of outside? I request from the students first. One or two, please come to the dais, because your feedback is essential for this program, for future endeavors. Anybody? This is your dais. Please. ఎందుకంటే 3 రోజులుగా మనము చాలా ప్లీజ్ నీ పేరు క్లాస్ చెప్పి కాలేజ్ యాజ్ వెల్ చెప్పి.
Good evening to one and all present here, and good evening to all the respected delegates. I am Rajeshwari from University of Hyderabad, biotechnology student. I would like to, at this moment, I would like to thank the Department of Zoology and Rohini Madam for actually hosting us. We have stayed here for 3 days, and she has literally taken care of us. And I also thank for this stage, because this was my first oral presentation given in different universities. So the first experience was here, and I really thank this institute for giving me the stage. This also holds good to my classmate Vijeta, who is from MTech Bioinformatics. We have had a really good opportunity, and we thank all the faculty for the same. Thank you.
Thank you Rajeshwari. Thank you so much for your inspirational words to other students. And some more from students. So what we are requesting is the ultimate for this 3 days international conference. So your feedback is very much essential. Anybody from the students? Right now, I request from research scholars. Please. Research scholars. faculty members from other side, outside. Please, anybody. Right. Let us move to dignitaries on the dais. Now I request Dr. 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 sir, please. Few words.
Respected Principal Sir, Chief Guest, distinguished speakers, delegates, participants, Head of the Department of Zoology, Organizing Secretary, and esteemed faculty, and my dear young students, participants, very good evening to all. It gives me a pleasure to be a part of this valedictory session on a 3-day international conference organized by Department of Zoology. It's a great academic success event, because conducting an event like this to integrate various personalities from national level and international level is not an easy task. So, first and foremost, I do congratulate the Department of Zoology, especially the Organizing Secretary Madam, who is very cool and calmly, very organizedly, very meticulously planned, very effectively, and that seems there is a good teamwork in this department. So only with that quality, such a great event, academic event, will be seen as a successful event. Madam, you are seeing the participants' review. Their testimony has already been proved here. And at the foremost, our institution, which is a premier institution in Telangana, Kakatiya Government College, is always a forehead in conducting such a academic events, sir. So we are proving our faculty members, and this is happening only with our esteemed principal, sir, whose direction we are following. So I once again congratulate all the participants, and it's a great opportunity for the young researchers and the delegates who can make use of this seminar conference deliberations. So once again, congratulations to the Department of Zoology, and name by name, I thank you each one of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your. Now I request Dr. 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 sir, IPSC coordinator of this college, please.
Respected and beloved Principal, Professor G. Srinivas sir, who is the President of this program, valedictory session, and a chief guest of this session, Professor 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 sir from Bhakti University, HOD Department of Zoology, Vice Principals of this college, Srimati Raju Madam, Dr. 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 sir, HOD Department of Zoology, Dr. Dinesh sir, and the key person of this entire 3-day conference, 3-day international conference, Dr. 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 Madam, Organizing Secretary, and research scholars, students, and my colleagues, and dear friends. So similarly, I would like to congratulate the Department of Zoology for having conducted successfully all the 3 days. So speakers from Virginia, offline, speaker from Texas, online, speakers from IIT Madras, NIT Warangal, affiliated university, Kakti University, the entire Department of Zoology, Professor SAI sir, Professor Shabita Madam, Professor 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 sir, so who have extended their invaluable services and support to this 3D Invitational Conference. And the YouTube link, the JY's YouTube link, it went viral globally. So not only just in this seminar hall. So as I just mentioned in my first inaugural session that there is a macrocosm in microcosm. So here we are, although here in this seminar hall, the proceedings of this 3D Invitational Conference went viral, and I'm really glad that our college is conducting and organizing very interesting, not only just national seminars but also international conferences. This is the third international conference from this college, and upcoming events. The next month, the faculty forum of this college is going to conduct a national seminar on March 6th and 7th, and coming month, the month of April, the Department of Commerce is also ready for conducting and organizing another national seminar. And we are glad to announce that the next academic year, so we are also going to conduct another international conference. And on this occasion, I would like to thank our dynamic principal sir, who has been here behind. He is just like the director of all the conferences, seminars, and all the faculty members. He is just pushing all of them and all of us to involve ourselves in the academic activities, and continuously he is a continuous professional development programs. So thank you, sir, and thank you each and everyone for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable words and future plans. Now I request of the days, my dear faculty members, please anybody bless the gathering on behalf of the college, on behalf of the staff. Please anybody, I request of the days, faculty members, please. Okay. Let us continue. I request Dr. 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 sir, co-chair and head department of zoology, please.
Good evening, sir. Good evening to all. Respected Principal, Professor Srinivas, Vice Principal, Madam, and Dr. 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼, IQAC Coordinator Sridhar, and convener of the conference, Dr. P. Dear friends, students, once again good evening to all. On the behalf of the Department of Zoology, I extend my warm thanks to all the academicians who have attended this conference, both online and offline mode. That's a hybrid mode. And principally, I wish to thank the apex authorities in the College of Education and also State Director for providing us financial aid, Uttara Shiksha Abhiyan, who has come forward to help us in their own. And also extend my thanks to all the conveners, coordinators of different companies who have worked tirelessly to put the whole program in line and for the smooth conduct of this program, 3-day international conference. I also thank all the faculty members, students, teaching and also non-teaching staff who are helping us in conducting this session. And finally, the main part is they have been providing 3-day lunch. So thanks to the organizers, Madam, for also supporting us by providing the meals in the afternoon. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity. I once again thank all the members who have come and helped us in conducting this program. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dinesh sir, for your nice and respectful words. సో అందరూ ఒకసారి చాలా అలసిపోయినట్టుగా కనిపిస్తున్నారు. ఒకసారి ఈ రూమ్లో మనం వర్షం పడేట నీళ్ళు లేని వర్షం. సో నేను చెప్పినట్టుగా చేయండి, ఇప్పుడు వర్షం పడుతుంది. ఓకే, అర్థం కాలేదు చాలామందికి. వర్షం పడుతుంది, ఈ రూమ్లో ఇప్పుడు వర్షం పడిస్తా, నేను చెప్పినట్టు చేయండి. గొడుగులు అవసరం లేదు, ఎవరు తడవరు, కానీ వర్షం పడుతుంది. ఎలా? రైట్, జస్ట్ ఫాలో మీ. క్లాస్. సీక్వెన్స్గా చేస్తే ఖచ్చితంగా వర్షం పడుతుంది. వస్తాయి కాబట్టి కాస్త ఓకే వినండి. తర్వాత రైట్, తర్వాత 4, తర్వాత 3, తర్వాత కంటిన్యూషన్ మళ్ళీ 2, 3, 4, 5. ఓకే రైట్, లెట్ us start. ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయండి. మీకు ఎక్కడ కావాలంటే అక్కడ వర్షం పడుతుంది. ఓకేనా? రైట్, నౌ ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ ప్రొఫెసర్ వెంకయ్య సార్, ప్లీజ్ give the valedictory address to the audience. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. This is the time for valedictory session. The organizers, the principal, KDC Government College, the organizing secretary and convener of this 3 days event, Dr. Rohini Madam, and Professor Srinivas sir, principal, and his entire faculty members of the Government Degree College, Kathedral Board College, Anukanda. So they are taking a lot of efforts for conducting these 3 days international conference. At the outset, I congratulate the principal and the entire department of zoology. They are taking a lot of faith and they have faced a lot of hurdles for conducting of this international conference. I congratulate Rohini Madam and her team for taking an initiative and this decision for conducting this conference. So we heard the feedback of the participants and other faculty members, research scholars and principal's message and the organizing secretary's message. So that is the indication of the successfully conducting of this 3 days international conference. That is the indication of the successfully completed the international conference. So Rohini Madam has taken a lot of fame. She has taken advice from her guide, Professor Pramila Devi Garu, who has the backbone of this seminar. I thought she has given every minute to the suggestions and contact of the outside speakers, and also she has taken every part of this seminar. Rohini Madam has followed our rules and regulations, and this is the indication of the completion of the success of this 3 days international conference. And also myself and our department, zoology, Kathir, we whole supported for conduction of this, supported from our side, our department and our faculty members. We are completely helpful for conduction of this seminar because it is part of our department, zoology department. We are the parent department. Here our department members, our head of the department, Dinesh sir is the senior than me. ఆయన మీరు రిసెర్చ్ కాకుండా సార్ మీరు స్టూడెంట్ కన్నా సార్ అక్కడే రీసెర్చ్ చేస్తున్నారు. కొమ్మల మేడం కూడా రీసెర్చ్ అయిపోయింది, విద్యార్థి మేడం దగ్గర మేము అంత స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉండేటోళ్ళం. ఆల్ ఆఫ్ దెమ్ ఆర్ సీనియర్స్ టు మీ, బట్ వీఆర్ అకామిడేట్ ఇన్ ద యూనివర్సిటీ, దే ఆర్ ఇన్ డిగ్రీ కాలేజెస్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ దే ఆర్ ద సీనియర్స్. దినేష్ సార్ అయితే చాలా సీనియర్ మాకు. అసలు నేను రీసెర్చ్ కావాలి ఉన్నప్పుడు వాళ్ళేమో పక్క పక్కనే ఉండేది. గవర్నీ మేడం ఇదంతా తర్వాత మా తర్వాత వచ్చారు. అయినప్పటికీ కూడా ఇక్కడ వాళ్ళు చాలా కష్టపడి వాళ్ళు కోర్సు అక్కడ PhD కంప్లీట్ చేసి సార్ దే హ్యావ్ సెటిల్ ఇన్ డిఫరెంట్ కాలేజెస్ వాట్ ఐ మే. సో ఇన్ దిస్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ ఆల్ ద టాక్స్ ఆర్ గోయింగ్ ఆన్ ద బయోమెడికల్ రీసెర్చ్ అండ్ ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ అండ్ health advances in health management. So this is the opportunity to gain the knowledge through these 3 days deliberations, and also your mind is full of and is the knowledge for 3 days talks. Because of every part of the conference they have to cover all the fields of science, because bioinformatics, biotechnology, and also cancer biology, database science, and also the nutrition and health management. All the fields are covered in this conference. I hope all of you enrich the knowledge through this international conference. And also nowadays the central government has introduced the new education policy. In this new education policy, every college, every syllabus you have to introduce the AI and quantum mechanics. So here in now onwards, the degree colleges and the PG syllabus, we have to introduce the AI, artificial intelligence. This is compulsory subject to all the fields, that is the science and social science, whatever it may be. So the utilization of the technology is proper ways, it is okay, but it is misused. It was very leads to bad condition to the society, because of nowadays we open the cell phone. So every day, without cell phone we can't live. That is the we have to addict the cell phone to the newborn baby also. అప్పుడు బాబు పిల్లలు పడితే పిల్లలు తల్లిలో జోలపాట పారేటోళ్ళు. ఇప్పుడు జోలపాట బంద్ అయిపోయింది. సెల్ ఆన్ చేసి వాడు చెవులే పడితే ఇంటికి నిద్రపోతుంది. ఆ పరిస్థితికి వచ్చింది. ఇప్పుడు పుట్టిన పిల్లగాడు కూడా జోలపాట పడే పరిస్థితి లేదు. సెల్ ఫోన్ ఆన్ చేసి ఒక పాట పెడితే వాడు మంచిగా హాయి నిద్రపోయే పరిస్థితి వస్తుంది. అంటే టెక్నాలజీ ఏ విధంగా వచ్చిందో చూడండి. అదే కంటిన్యూస్ అట్లే పెట్టినటువంటి వాడు పర్మనెంట్గా చెవుడొచ్చే పరిస్థితి కూడా ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి టెక్నాలజీని మనం ప్రాపర్గా ఉపయోగించుకుంటే ఓకే. నౌడేస్ వీఆర్ ఓపెన్ ద యూట్యూబ్ ఓపెన్ చేస్తే దే క్రియేట్ ద లేడీ, మన లేడీని క్రియేట్ చేశారు. నానా బూతులు ఆ లేడీతో మాట్లాడిస్తున్నారు. దట్ ఈస్ ద ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్. వాట్ ఈస్ వేర్ వీ లెర్న్ ద టెక్నాలజీ. ద టెక్నాలజీ వీ హ్యావ్ టు యూజ్ ద ప్రాపర్ వే. దట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ మిస్యూజ్, దట్ ఇట్ లీడ్స్ టు మెనీ కాంప్లికేషన్స్ టు ద సొసైటీ. కాబట్టి మనం అవన్నీ కూడా తీసుకోవద్దు. సెల్ ఫోన్ ఓపెన్ చేస్తే ఈరోజు బూత్ పురాణంగా ఉంటుంది. ఒక లేడీని క్రియేట్ చేసిండు, ఆమె తీసుకొచ్చినట్టు మాట్లాడుతుంటే మనం దాన్ని చూసి ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తాం. వెళ్ళిపోతుంది టెక్నాలజీని మనం ప్రాపర్ వేగా ఉపయోగించుకోవాలి. ద టెక్నాలజీ వీ హ్యావ్ టు యూటిలైజ్ ద హెల్త్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ అండ్ మెడికల్ ఇట్ ఈస్ యూజ్డ్. నౌడేస్ హౌ AI is a tool, it is a technological tool. So it is used in proper way. It will lead to very healthy society. But in misuse, it will lead to many complications to the society. So everybody learn the new technology. That is the advances we have to learn. Day by day advances we have to learn. But it will misuse. It will lead to many complications. The society will go for bad condition. So that is the technology nowadays we have to use properly. Without properly misusing of the technology, it will lead to unhealthy complications and unhealthy environment is created in the society. That is the nowadays in the biomedical research, the selection of the seminar topic is very good selection because of biomedical research and advances opportunities. And clinically, how we every day we have to face number of new diseases. all these diseases are responsible for the protein. Proteins are responsible, proteins are our body builders actually. So every protein, every gene is made up of the protein. That gene contains the gene sequence, that is the nucleotide sequence. All of them are the amino acids. The end products of the proteins are the amino acids. Every disease is responsible for the protein. So the gene is every disease is every gene is responsible for the amino acid sequence. It dislocate the amino acid sequence. It immediately leads to many complications. The health may be very goes in very dangerous conditions. So every disease and every contagious diseases. So we have to utilize we have to identify the new drugs through the new drug mechanism. So we have to identify the new drug. The drug is how it is actually participated enter into the body, and also what is the target of this drug. So this drug is immediately effect on with the help of the ligand. It touches to the diseased part of the tissue. Immediately it cure the disease. That is the drug discovery and the drug target mechanism. So we have to learn this information about this through this international 3-day business seminar. So many all these talks we have to utilize properly. We have to implement in our research and also our college and our talk. So that is beneficial in future life. I congratulate Principal Sir, dynamic leadership of the Principal Sir. 3 international conferences are completed here, and another more international conferences are they are ready to conduct the international conferences as Vice Principal Sir has announced. I congratulate the Principal Sir, especially our department, Madam Rohini Garu and his team, Department of Zoology, entire team, including Gauri Madam, Rajesh Sir, Dinesh Sir, Swami Garu. So the wide publicity of this international conference, so it is globally wide publicity with the help of the Swami Sir. He introduced, he placed the every part in the YouTube. So everywhere, the international throughout the world, they have to observe the seminar, how the talks are going on, how the seminar is conducted in proper way. So they have to observe and they give the feedback to the seminar, to the organizing secretary. I congratulate once again the Principal Sir and Rohini Madam for successfully completion of this 3-day international seminar. I once again congratulate for the entire team of this college. Thank you for giving the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable and inspirational words to our audience. In this occasion, మీ అందరూ ఒక విషయం చెప్పాలనుకుంటున్నాను. సార్ చెప్పారు, unethical content created by artificial intelligence throwing into the society. దీనికి సంబంధించిన చిన్న అనౌన్స్మెంట్ చాలా మందికి తెలిసి ఉండకపోవచ్చు. జస్ట్ వన్ వీక్ బ్యాక్, ఒక వారం క్రితము సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ టెక్నాలజీ యాక్ట్కి ఒక అమెండ్మెంట్ చేసింది. దాని ప్రకారం ఏంటంటే, ఎవరైనా ఏదైనా ఒక కాంటెంట్ని ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ద్వారా క్రియేట్ చేసి సోషల్ మీడియాలో పోస్ట్ చేసిన తర్వాత ఎవరైనా ఆబ్జెక్షన్ కనుక చెప్పినట్టయితే వితిన్ 3 hours లోపల దానిని డిలీట్ చేయాలి. ఒకవేళ డిలీట్ చేయకపోతే దాని యొక్క పరిణామాలు చట్టంలో ఉన్న విధంగా చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. ఎందుకంటే ఈ మధ్యకాలంలో సార్ చెప్పినట్టుగా ఎలా అనిపిస్తే అలా టెక్నాలజీని వాడుకొని మనకున్న స్కిల్స్ని వాడుకొని ఒక మంచి వైపు కాకుండా ఒక వల్గారిటీ వైపు తీసుకెళ్తున్నందున రీసెంట్లీ జస్ట్ ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ లాస్ట్ మండే సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ యాక్ట్ చేసింది. సో మై డియర్ స్టూడెంట్స్, ఎవరికైనా విషయం తెలియకపోతే తెలుసుకోండి. ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ద్వారా ఏదైనా కాంటెంట్ క్రియేట్ చేసి పోస్ట్ చేస్తే ఫస్ట్ డిక్లరేషన్ ఇవ్వాలి, దిస్ కాంటెంట్ ఈజ్ క్రియేటెడ్ బై ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ అని ఒకటి. రెండవది, ఎవరు ఆబ్జెక్షన్ చెప్పకపోతే కంటిన్యూ చేయవచ్చు, నో వరీ. కానీ ఎవరైనా కనుక ఆబ్జెక్షన్ చెబితే, ఒక్కరు ఆబ్జెక్షన్ చెప్పినా వితిన్ 3 hours కూడా దాన్ని డిలీట్ చేయాలి. సో ఈ విషయాన్ని దయచేసి అందరూ దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకొని భవిష్యత్తులో ప్రవర్తించండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం. And I request Dr. Gauri ma'am, please conduct the program, distribution of certificates and felicitations, etc. Please. Then continue the proceedings as per our agenda. Remaining agenda items ఉన్నాయి but continue. Announcement because certificate distribution and etc. Okay.
Now we shall move on to the distribution of certificates through the hands of our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Y. Venkateswara sir. I will call out the names. I request the students to come forward to receive the certificates. Ms. 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼. She has done best oral presentation. We have a big round of applause. And the best poster presentation goes to 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 of our upgrading degree in College. Please come forward to receive the certificate. Now there will be distribution of certificates for the outstation students. Dr. K. Sujata for participating in this international conference. And the next candidate, 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 of Doctorate Degree in PG College, to receive the certificate of poster presentation. 𝕼𝕍𝔼, the next candidate to receive the certificate of Osmania University. Ms. Jenika Nethala, student of Center for Biotechnology, JNTU, Hyderabad. Please come forward to receive the oral presentation certificate. Ms. Sajji Pranati, student of Center for Biotechnology, JNTU, Hyderabad. Come forward to receive the certificate. And the next student is Ms. 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼, belonging to Department of Biotechnology and Bioinformatics. Please come forward. Ms. Madhuri Sagar, Madhuri Sagar, student of JNTU, Hyderabad, for oral presentation. Ms. P. Rajeshwari, for oral presentation. Come forward to receive the certificate. She is from Department Dr. 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼, lecturer from LV College, 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼, to please come forward to receive the certificate of participation. Cash award prizes for the best oral presentations. Those who have received the certificate come forward for the best oral presentations.
Best oral and
Oral presentation and poster presentation. There is a cash award which has been announced at the beginning of the conference. Distributed to the participants who are left over later, in the later sessions. Now the certificate distribution session is over. Now we are moving on to the felicitation of the chief guest. As a token of respect, on behalf of Department of Geology, I request Dr. Venkaiah sir to receive the felicitation, a small felicitation on behalf of Department of Geology. I request all the faculty of geology to please be on to the dais.
All the faculty of Zoology department, please come to the dais. I request all the participants to raise for the national anthem. Please be seated.
With the permission of the chair, before formal vote of thanks, I would like to stop for a minute. As I earlier said in the inaugural session that this conference is a brainchild of my Professor, Research Supervisor 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼. Based on her advice, actually she, after retirement, post-retirement, she planned to conduct a conference, series of conferences, but she could 2019. Later on, she fell ill so that she is unable to conduct the conferences. In spite of many hurdles in organization of this conference, I could do it because this is a relationship between the mentor and mentee. So this is the relationship between a teacher and a student. So I wholeheartedly thank my beloved Professor 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 Madam, because of whom I could not conduct this conference. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
With due respect, I request the principal sir to accept a small felicitation on behalf of Department of Zoology. I request Raju sir to honor me with bouquet. Sir, please accept. Without your support and encouragement, this conference would have not been possible to conduct. Thank you, sir, for giving us support from day one till date. Now I request the Vice Principal ma'am, Dr. Lalita ma'am, for your academic support and guidance. Now I request 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 to accept a small felicitation as a token of respect on behalf of Department of Zoology. Now I request the Diversity Coordinator of our institution, who always used to guide and support, to accept felicitation.
Sir.
Now I request the team leader of the technology, Dr. 𝕃𝕀𝕍𝔼 sir, to accept an invitation, and he is the man behind this conference for his constant support and encouragement. It's possible for us to conduct this program.
Sir.
Now it's the time to felicitate the convener and organizing secretary of this 3-day conference, who has taken all the reins for smooth conduction of this program. Rohini ma'am, kindly accept. There will be photo session. I request all the staff members and faculty members who have joined this program to please come forward onto the dais.
Pradeep sir, Randy.
Thank you, sir. I thank participants, each and every faculty member who have supported us throughout these 3 days for conducting smoothly this program. Without your support, it would have not been possible for the completion of this conference. Thank you, sir, for his guidance, force, support and encouragement in the proposal of conference till the end of completion of conference. Equal strength has been given by the 2 vice principals of our institution and also guided by accuracy coordinator, academic coordinators of science, staff club secretary and whatnot. Each and every member have assisted us in successful completion of this conference. On behalf of Department of I thank you each one and all. Thank you. Now it is the time to conclude the session. I request praise for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you.